Hello, welcome in, folks. This is the 434th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody who's tuning in, I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. For all of those who are tuning in as a first-timer, you are in for a wild ride. Here, we debate Trump supporters for 4 hours a day, trying to change their minds in the process, because I think that Trump is the worst president of your life and mine, regardless if you're 8, 18, or 80. He stinks, and he does something every day to prove it. Genuinely. Every day. That's why at the beginning of every live stream, we briefly go through the breaking news. Donald Trump is on his worst string of losses yet as president. It is embarrassing. So let's talk about a handful of them. First and foremost, Donald Trump's SAVE Act, i.e. Trump's voter suppression bill, has failed in Congress again, but this time because 4 Republican senators broke from Trump and voted against him. This is a monumental loss for the Trump administration. And once again, the SAVE Act is dead again, and this time it's because of his own party. Insanity. I love to see some people finally voting against this shit. He is becoming a lame duck president. We also see particular congressmen and women calling for the 25th Amendment to be invoked to get Donald Trump out of office after Donald Trump has dozed off in the Oval again. So far in Donald Trump's second administration, Donald Trump has fallen asleep on camera in the Oval during a press briefing 14 times in a year and a half, compared to Biden's 4 times where he fell asleep in the Oval in front of a camera in 4 years. I find this very ironic because one of the main talking points from MAGA prior to the election is that Joe Biden wasn't fit to serve because of how often he'd fall asleep in the Oval. But now that Donald Trump has fallen asleep 10 more times than him in half the time, right? Nearly 2 years compared to 4 years. No one from the right is complaining about it. We also see that as of today, the DOJ has announced that they will be instituting future roadblocks to prevent future prosecution of Trump, his family, members of his administration, and his companies from facing any and all criminal prosecution. This is an issue because why would they be worried about Donald Trump's administration facing future prosecution once Trump is out of the White House and he no longer controls the DOJ? Is it maybe because him and members of his admin are breaking the law? I'd say so. And his response to these massive losses and more was to post a video on his Truth Social account. Had a song with an AI video attached talking about how much everybody loves Trump. It is genuinely some of the craziest shit I've ever seen. I'll actually show you guys a preview of that video now. And then after, we'll hop into the first debate. It is ridiculous. It is insanity.
Trump, Trump, Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump.
It is fucking ridiculous. I just, wow, what kind of cope is this? He has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history at this point in their term. He is on the worst string of losses since the start of his second administration yet, in his responses to try to gaslight the world into thinking that everyone loves him. Giving me Homelander vibes. Listen, folks, we already have the first Trump supporter of the day connected into the live stream. Their name is John. I have John on mute. We're going to send him an invite to turn his mic back on now. But John, listen, I'm going to need you to bring it down a notch. And at the minimum, compose yourself in a way that won't get you a ban from TikTok for harassment and bullying. I don't want that ding on my life. But I just want to know why you support Trump, John. That's all. I sent him an invite to turn back on his mic. I don't think he knows how to. He's quite an unintelligent fellow.
Are you done?
I am, John.
I'm about to be done fucking listening to you. That was ridiculous.
That was just the breaking news, John. And I agree, it was ridiculous. Trump is quite the ridiculous moron.
He's not feminizing people like you are up here. You're about
I'm
a week
feminizing people.
You're about a week away from painting your nails. I know it. Putting a lipstick on.
What would be the issue with me painting my nails, John?
It's feminization.
Is there anything wrong with that?
There's complete wrongness with feminization in men because they're not being masculine anymore. What happens to a feminine society? They can't do anything.
A
They
feminine.
can't do
So
any
you think
labor.
the
What
moment
happens to the robots are going to come and take you away? You can't go do any labor anymore.
so you think if I were to paint my nails, it means I'm all of a sudden useless and I
You'd
can't
be
do
lowering
physical
your
labor?
testosterone levels. You'd be
Really?
getting
If I
fingernail
put paint on my nails?
It'd be probably seeping in your bloodstream.
Well, I mean, see what?
You're a dumbass,
paint?
dude. You're just a fucking dumbass, dude.
I have a
Pull
question,
that
John.
stick out of your ass.
Do you think that like professional like male painters are really feminine because they get all that paint into their bloodstream?
The few that I've seen, yeah.
Really? Okay.
Few that
So
I've seen.
you know
I don't see many
the
of
real
them. I'm not
blue
really that
collar
from that
the
part
real
of the
blue
area
collar
where that's
workers
still-
that painted your house, you know, were really useless
Those are
to
different
society.
types of paintings. They're not painting for art. They're painting for strategical points of things.
Does that change the fact that they're still getting some of that paint
100%,
seeping into their
100%.
bloodstreams,
What are
reducing
you
their
using your
testosterone?
creativity for? You're using your creativity to dial in the color pink, the color yellow to make a few rainbows. Dude, go outside, pick up a fucking shovel. Go dig a trench. Go connect some wires from the one thing to the next. You've never fucking used your brain a day in your life instead of thinking about La La Land.
I've never used my brain a day in my
That's
life.
why no one listens to you, bro. You're
Okay,
going on some
I-
rant about some bullshit.
Yeah.
No one listens to that shit.
Yeah, you're saying that no one listens to me as we have around 15,000 live viewers on both platforms.
15,000. How many of those are botted up?
Zero.
Maybe 10 of them? Maybe 10 of them.
And I'd assume that you have
10,000.
evidence for that.
It's just chat's moving real slow.
Actually, chat's not moving slow at all.
Chat's moving ridiculously slow, dude. Come on.
No, it's not moving
on, bro.
slow in the slightest.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I think that you're just mad because I'm a better man than you are. I'm a real man. You're a
That's hilarious.
you're a
Stand up for
beta
the
soy
camera real
boy.
quick. Stand up for the camera real quick. Do a
Why do you want to
360.
see my ass?
Stand up, bro. You're 5'9", 5'7", 5'5".
So I am
I'm
five.
max.
I am 5'9". That is true.
No, you're not, bro. You're fucking not.
Okay, how
I
tall am
would tower over you in person. I would tower over you.
You would tower over me. Well, you know what
bend
you
your
wouldn't
knees,
tower
you'd start
over?
trembling. You'd start
You know what
trembling
you
in
wouldn't
terror.
tower over, John? A third grade math test.
You're hilarious. Fuck out of here, little
I'm
pussy.
I'm so hilarious. No, I'm honest.
Ask me a question from me.
Okay. Name a
care. Fuck
3-syllable
off. Fuck you.
word. Oh, he left. Oh, John is so upset. Why? Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Oh, John is so mad. Unfortunate. John couldn't stick around for a longer dialogue. We're going to go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Folks, for everybody watching at home, only hop inside of that queue on TikTok. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, we are looking for some Trump supporters to have a debate with. Brooke, I appreciate you so much for that galaxy. That's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. And over on Venmo, thank you, Brandy, for the $25 who says, I'm gay and John is on the DL. I appreciate you for the $25, Brandy. Let's get 250 Brandy W's while we're looking for that next guest. Thank you so much, Brandy. That's very kind of you. Same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you so much for the $25 as well. I appreciate you, Joseph. I still need to send you a DM about that. Please show some love to Brandy and Joseph down below in that chat. Thank you guys so much for that love. Hey, welcome into Support Trump.
Hello, DD, here's a train horn.
Hey, thanks for the train horn, man. We're just looking for some Trump supporters, so I'm going to have to drop you down. Justin, thank you for the money gun, brother. I really appreciate that. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and that's at the top of the phone screen. If you do use that just make sure to quadruple check your spelling because there's a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. Best way to ask a question or to get any and all messages across. Welcome into You Support Trump. Going once?
Hello.
Hi.
My name. Hi. How are you?
Okay, nice fake southern accent. Band. Irving, thank you so much for the soccer holo. Welcome in platform. Do you support Trump?
Ice King or Foundation?
And Band, thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, we got a bunch of trolls inside of the queue. We just need to find a way to work through them all. Gay Uncles, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, thank you for everything that you do for the LGBTQ+, women's rights, and the people who do not know what rights the Republicans have torn away from them my entire Gen X life. Thank you. Well, hey, thank you for being here. I appreciate you for being a good person. You've been watching for a while. Just know that I really appreciate you guys. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Play Call of Duty Warzone.
And your band. We're going to move on to the next guest. Moving on to Billy Jimmy Timmy. Billy Jimmy Timmy is the username of somebody in the queue. Wow, what a name. Billy Jimmy Timmy. Hi, welcome into You Support Trump.
You're a fucking nigger.
And they're definitely a Trump supporter, but they're banned, of course, for using slurs. There's a lot of very racist Trump supporters, everybody. Moving on to the next guest, Graham. We got them loading up. Here we go, everybody. Hello, welcome into Support Trump. They're also a Trump supporter. Trump supporters are very racist and very violent, as we're now learning. Moving on to the next guest, Jess. Nikki, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you, Jess. And you are banned. Moving on to the next guest. It's like a box of chocolate with these guests. You never know what you're going to get. We got John Clark loading up into the queue. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. It says so in the middle of the phone screen, but I'll repeat it verbally nonetheless. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Guess they're not loaded in yet. All right. We got John Clark loading in. We got SARA loading in. Sarah, I guess. Hey, Sarah, do you support Trump?
I just want to say free Palestine, chat.
Okay, so true but banned because we're looking for Trump supporters. We got Dylan connecting to the live stream. Over on PayPal, Hannah, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. I appreciate you, Hannah. And SJ, thank you for the $10. Very kind of the two of you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to SJ and Hannah down below. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Really? Yeah. Birth date, please.
December 28th,
Of what year?
2007? No,
Okay.
shit, 6.
Yeah. You fucked your math up, buddy. You fucked your math up. You fucked your math up. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. That guy's banned. Moving on. Here we go, folks. We got Taylor loading up into the queue. Thomas, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat, who says MAGA means to make America go autocratic. Thank you so much for the love. Good to see you today, by the way. And Jennifer, thank you for joining the Dean Team Dream Team. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I have a flag of you and I...
Well, I'm going to ban you. I'm sorry. We're banning non-Trump supporters today. It says so in the middle of the phone screen. Well, I guess it doesn't. I don't have the rules up, so I'll revoke that ban. We're just going to start banning people now, folks. We're just looking for some Trump supporters, everybody. We got Dre connected to the live stream. For the love of God, please be MAGA so we could get the first debate underway. Like, holy fucking shit, guys. Holy fucking shit. We're also going to go to get Carlos up here. We're going to get a couple people up here. We're looking for that very first guest of the live stream.
Dean, I love you. I love you, Dean.
Okay, goodbye, bands. Listen, guys, please leave that queue if you are not a Trump supporter. For those who have joined the queue and said, kind words and whatnot, I really appreciate you guys. I think that you're awesome. But it definitely does, slow down the stream, and it prevents us from getting onto the debates, which is probably the reason why you love me. You know what I mean? So let's just try to keep it to those debates, everybody. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
Ugh, fuck, sorry, I got mono.
All right. Do you think it's the
I'm being
best idea
deadass.
to be debating?
No. Like, hold on. I just want to talk to you about immigration.
Okay, are you a Trump
What are your
supporter?
thoughts on it? Yes.
Okay. And how old are you?
18.
All right, man. Yeah, sounds good. The mic of the floor will be yours. I just want to thank one person real quick. Sorry. Mr. Jose, thank you so much for the $56 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Jose down below. Genuinely, that is so kind of you. Thank you so very much, bro. Jose with the $56 says, for Dean, the last caller was really unintelligent. Why does MAGA think they're so smart? Did something happen to Parker's live? Parker's off. I did hear that a couple things had happened to it. And why does MAGA think they're all so smart? The Dunning-Kruger effect. The less you know, the more you think you know. And I think every single person that we debate ends up proving to be a really good example of that thesis. Thank you for the $56, though, bro. That is a very kind donation, and it means the world. Thank you so much. Show some love to Jose down below. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you are a Trump supporter.
I supported mainly because of ICE. They needed to deport all the fucking molesters and drug dealers and all of them back to where they came from.
Okay.
Also,
well, then you shouldn't support the Trump administration because undocumented immigrants that are molesters, drug dealers, those with bad crimes on their records are being deported at significantly lower rates today under Trump than under previous Democratic administrations because those previous Democratic administrations had disproportionately put a larger focus on the undocumented immigrants with the bad crimes on their records compared to Trump today, who's just kind of focusing on anyone and everyone.
but they're illegal. Like, that's the thing. They came here illegally. Like, if they do it the right way, then it's fine. Like, if they come through the border the right way, get right visas and green cards and stuff like that, then it's fine. But when they're just jumping the border, coming here, taking health care and all that, like,
I'm not sure you really listened to anything I said. Because saying that they're undocumented
my God.
immigrants,
They
that doesn't
are
challenge
illegal.
a single thing I said. I just want to clarify. So
You're fucking stupid.
Dunning-Kruger effect. How many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Antarctica, North America, South America, Europe, Asia. What's the last one? Hold on.
You said last
Fuck.
one. That's only 5.
Australia. Fuck you. Yeah,
You have-
I'm smart.
You have
Fuck
one more to go.
No, I named 7.
I counted 6.
Africa. Yeah, there we go.
Good boy.
What does that have to do with it?
Thank you for listening to me. Good boy.
Oh my God.
But anyways, back to the debate. I'd like to clarify here. You told me the reason why you support Donald Trump's deportation efforts is to get the molesters and the drug dealers out of the country. So what that tells me is that you have a specific focus on undocumented immigrants with bad crimes already on their record. My response was to say that there's actually more undocumented immigrants with those bad crimes on their records that are just, roaming free around the streets of America today because the Trump administration is deporting them at lower rates compared to the previous Democratic administrations. I sent you an invite to turn your mic on.
Okay. So you're telling me that Trump's not doing a good job by deporting all of them?
Yeah, Donald Trump is not doing a good job specifically for undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their record. Yes.
So you're saying he's just deporting all the illegals?
Yes, he's focusing more so on all undocumented immigrants.
That's a good
compared
thing.
to
He's deporting all of them.
Okay.
Stupid
So then you take I don't know why you guys are so fucking aggressive today. Like, calm down. And he left? Okay. All right, man. So for future reference, I would recommend that when you lose a debate, instead of like crash it out and just, calling your opponent a stupid bitch and then leaving, you actually try to listen to what they're saying, because once again, no, that actually wouldn't be a good thing from your perspective, because once again, the very first motivating factor you described insofar as why you support deportation is to specifically remove the undocumented immigrants with the bad crimes on their records. Not all undocumented immigrants, just specifically those with the bad crimes on their records. And then, of course, midway through the debate, you equivocated, then shifted the goalpost to all undocumented immigrants and said that was a good thing. Well, I mean, if you didn't crash out and leave, I could have described to you why you're wrong, but apparently I can't do that now, which is, whatever. It's fine. We got our next guest, KL, joining the box. Very angry today. They're all very angry today. What's going on? What's going on? KL, hi, welcome in. Oh, KL left. Okay, goodbye. Only opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Last guest rage quit, so we're moving on. Don't know what's in the air today. Don't know why they're so abusive, honestly.
Do you
hey,
like
welcome.
dick, you dumb bitch?
Wow. Moving on. I only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. We got Ace loading up into the queue. All right. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up, man? Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, your mic is shit. Is there anything you could do about that? Could you disconnect Bluetooth? Kaya.
Is this better?
That is better. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, Kaya. Kaya with the 10 says, "Hey, Dean, today's my 18th birthday. So excited to be able to donate for the first time. You are so inspiring. Thank you for all that you do." Well, happy 18th birthday, Kaya. That's super exciting. And thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a great day. I hope that you live it up and have fun. I remember my 18th birthday. I just remember thinking that the 21st birthday was going to be better, and then it was. But anyways, congratulations on finally reaching adulthood. Hey, listen, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support the worst president of your life that's destroyed our country, destroyed our foreign relations, and broken a vast majority of the promises he ran on.
Silly Dean, I don't support Biden. But, yeah, I'd say he's better than Kamala.
Kamala would be how you pronounce her name. You could call her Harris if you can't pronounce Kamala. That's also fine.
Kamala. Yeah, the border crisis, we needed someone to handle it.
Mm-hmm. Did Trump handle it?
He's handling it right now.
How?
Kicking him out.
Okay, kicking him out. And that helps us out?
Higher wages for blue-collar workers.
Okay, so then why has the growth rate of real median wages significantly decreased so far in Donald Trump's second term?
Because that's probably for counting across all types of jobs, not just blue-collar.
Okay, so specifically when we look at blue-collar jobs. So why would it only increase the wages
Like
of blue-collar
construction,
jobs,
truck
but nothing
drivers.
else?
Well, undocumented migrants have less bargaining power. so they can get paid lower wages with nothing to stop their employers from doing that.
Okay.
If we get them out of here, hold on. If we get them out of here, they're
Mhm.
incentivized and they're kind of forced to give higher wages to the blue collar workers because now there's not as many undocumented migrants working as construction workers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing here is that if we give undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, I give them more bargaining power, then that would also increase wages, right?
Yeah. That would
Okay.
also work. But
So
mass
like the reasons that
deportation
you're
is more
giving me insofar as
achievable.
why you support deportation would also apply to amnesty?
Well, no, because mass deportation is more achievable.
It's more achievable. I definitely reject that. It's something that undocumented immigrants don't want to work with. Meanwhile, mass amnesty obviously would be. Instead of running away from it, they'd be chasing after it, making it significantly more achievable.
Well, then why did you have Reagan trying that, but then not Obama or Biden? I feel like, if that was more achievable, we'd see that be implemented, but we haven't.
Well, first point that I'll make here is that there was actually a policy of amnesty proposed under Biden, but it got shot down. And the second reason is, well, why they didn't try it is because it didn't have mainstream social support. I mean, really, still even today, more so in the last 15 years, mass amnesty has been seen as like a radically left a policy, a radically left agenda that has had very little support of the American electorate. And I think that you forget that our government tries to do what the people want them to do. So if the people don't want them to do amnesty, even though it would be best, they won't do it. That's what it means to live in a republic. So hopefully we've laid that qualm to rest. So once again, back to the argument, you're basically telling me that, well, the same good outcomes that you think there would be of deportation would also apply to amnesty by giving them a pathway to residency or citizenship. Well, then it just seems like we should do amnesty because there's a bunch of bad outcomes of deportation, like significantly reducing the productive capacities of our economy, forcefully expelling 8.3 million of our laborers, deporting 12 million of our consumers, reducing GDP growth by over $1 trillion a year, or reducing taxable wages by $100 billion per year. And we don't see any of those bad outcomes from amnesty, but we still do see that one benefit of an increase in the real median wages for the working blue-collar class. So therefore, I think that you should endorse amnesty, right?
I don't have a problem with amnesty, but I have no reason not to support mass deportation, right? And that's what Donald Trump's doing right now. I support that action.
Well, I mean, I just gave it to you. There's bad outcomes that apply to deportation that don't apply to amnesty. And I just listed off 3 or 4 of them. I went over the productive capacities of our economy. I went over the loss of GDP growth. I went over the loss of taxable revenue. Like, those are definitely reasons to not support it.
Well, like, should we really be supporting and, like, rewarding people who broke into the country illegally?
Well, I think that we should do what is best fit for the future of the country, and that our state has an obligation to enact the policy in which is best for the country. And clearly, this would be amnesty. When I have people join my live stream and ask the question, should we be rewarding people who broke the law? I just kind of hear a cope, because that isn't a concern of like the material outcomes of mass amnesty compared to mass deportation. And I also find it hypocritical because you rewarded a 34-count felon rapist with the Oval Office.
I just support him what he does as
But should we
president.
really be
His
rewarding a
policies.
felon rapist with a presidency?
It's not rewarding, I would say.
You don't
He's
think that the
allowed.
Oval Office is a reward? Then citizenship isn't a reward for undocumented immigrants.
If we gave the office of the presidency to like someone who's been found guilty of an insurrection or someone who's 34 years old, then that would be rewarding, I'd say. But he's just allowed to run for the presidency.
Okay, so then once again, I'll repeat myself. If giving the presidency to a felon rapist isn't a reward, then giving citizenship to an undocumented immigrant isn't a reward. But I think your argument that it's not a reward for a felon rapist is pretty insane, because we should be able to agree here that rapists should be in jail for life. So if a rapist is not in jail for life, then by default that rapist is getting a reward. But if they're not in jail for life and we're giving them the most powerful position available to any human alive that they've used to fire prosecutors trying to put them in jail, to give themselves special immunity, or to create a multi-billion-dollar slush fund to reward their insurrectionists, that they definitely are being rewarded. And you can fake snooze your way through the obvious counter-argument to your position, but that won't get you any closer to truth or humility.
No, I fell asleep. That shit was just so boring.
I know.
fake.
You think that the facts are boring, and you'd rather concern yourself with your deluded fairy
No, man,
tales.
you could have condensed that down into one or two like questions.
I
not
know that you
whole
like.
monologue.
Yeah, you guys like
Yeah.
crayon on paper, like
Why are
fucking
you
fourth
crashing
graders.
out?
I can't do that.
Why are you crashing out? It's kind of.
I'm not the one fake snoozing because their opponent is dropping facts.
Well,
or
you're the
that's
one
you.
crashing
This sounds
out,
like a
and that's what's
projection.
funny. You're the one
Crashing out
crashing
how?
out.
Because I'm just calling you out
Because
for
you're
being
getting
like a
mad
fourth
that I'm
grader.
fake snoozing.
How am I getting
if
mad?
If you don't have thick skin,
Can you
dude,
describe
I
to me
apologize.
simply how I'm rattled? How I'm getting mad? Can you describe that to me simply?
I can tell you were irritated. Why'd
Okay.
you call it out?
Okay.
Why'd
Why
you
did
call
I?
it out? Hold on.
Why
You
did
like to use the logic?
Why,
Hold on. Hold on.
Sure.
You
Why
like
would
to
I
use
call it out?
Wait.
I'll tell you why I called it out, because hopefully I'd like a counter argument instead of fake snoozes. It's kind of a debate, right?
Why are you muting me?
Well, because you're acting like a child. Like,
Is
I
that
don't
why
want to
you're
hear
talking to me?
whining. I
Is
want to
that-
hear
is that-
counter
Is that
argumentation.
why you're talking to me right now, Dean? Because I'm acting like a child.
No, it's the reason why I'm probably about to kick you unless you give a counter
It's a little bit
argument.
weird.
The only
Okay,
thing that's weird here is the fake snoozing in response to the argument to reduce your view down to nonsense. Like, this is
Just stop-
legitimately MAGA. For everybody watching, this is MAGA. They make some bullshit claim, mass deportation good, we don't want to reward crime. Okay, then we give them the very obvious common sense response. If
Here
you
he
don't
goes
want to
on
reward
monologue.
crime, then you're very clearly a hypocrite because you rewarded a rapist with the Oval Office, and that's clearly a reward because rapists should be in jail, right? And they don't have a response, so what do? They get mad, they act like children, they put their fingers in their ears, they go, la, 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 I can't hear you. That's why this guy started fake snoozing. And now I think he's insinuating that I'm a pedophile. Why don't you just go ahead and give us a counter argument, buddy? It seems like you're getting lost in the sauce here.
So you're trying disprove my point that you were going on a monologue by going on another monologue?
Are you going? I don't.
know.
So I don't think that a monologue is going to be 4 sentences worth of substance. Why don't you go ahead and respond to the counter argument? Like, what's going on? Do you not have a response?
I do. Can you
So
stop,
then give it.
Can you stop crashing out there?
Well, can you start giving the counter argument?
Yeah, yours. Repeat the question.
Oh, was it a question? It was a counter argument. I think
repeat
that
the
this guy's
argument.
clearly rattled. Okay, so
No,
I've
no,
already given
no,
it to you twice, but I'll repeat it for a third time.
Okay,
You're a
okay, good boy.
hypocrite because you're disagreeing with amnesty because it quote unquote rewards crime, yet you rewarded a rapist with the position of the presidency. You said that that wasn't a reward for the rapist. I said it so clearly is, because we should be able to agree that rapists should be in jail for life or worse. They shouldn't have access to the most powerful position available to any human alive that they've used to personally enrich them and their family billions of dollars, which they've used to prevent and bar the federal government from investigating them for tax fraud, and which they've used to create a multi-billion-dollar slush fund to line the pockets of their loyalist insurrectionists.
Okay, so I'd say it is a reward though because you broke the law, right? You're committing a civil misdemeanor by coming in here in the first place, right? So just letting them be a citizen, which is what they want, that would be a reward, correct?
Are you going to address the counter argument that I gave?
Wait, I just did.
No, you didn't. So my counter argument to your position, I don't think that you're tracking. My counter argument to the position, quote unquote, that we shouldn't do amnesty because amnesty is a reward, wasn't, oh my God, no, amnesty is not a reward, but it rather was, you're a hypocrite for the reasons that I described. You're completely ignoring my counter argument.
That was your counter argument. That
Are we like you can't like act stupid here. Like I gave you you're a hypocrite because you're rewarding a rapist less than 30 seconds ago, and you're responding to some other argument that I didn't give you. This is crazy. Can you respond to the argument born out of your own hypocrisy, please?
So you just want me to address my own hypocrisy?
I want you to address the fact that you rewarded a rapist with a presidency. And if you don't think that we shouldn't reward crime, then you shouldn't support Trump as president because of his crimes.
Well, like I said, I still don't think that's a reward to give him the presidency.
Okay, so then respond to the reasons that I granted insofar as why it is a reward.
I can agree if one of the rules as president was you weren't allowed to be found civilly liable of SA, then that would be a reward, right? But we're not rewarding him if he's allowed to run for the presidency. That's my point.
I don't think that you're listening to me. My argument isn't we're rewarding him with a presidency because the laws say rapists can't be president, but rather we're rewarding him with a presidency because rapists shouldn't be president, because rather rapists should be in jail. Do you agree that all rapists should be in jail?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can identify a scenario where a rapist is not in jail, then by default, society is rewarding that rapist. But we're taking it much further. Then this rapist is simply not being in jail, and we're also giving them access to the most powerful position available to any human alive.
What if that rapist goes to jail for 30, 45 years?
Well, we're all of a sudden we're operating in a hypothetical world that's not true of Trump, because Trump didn't go to jail for 30 or 40 years. He hasn't seen a day in jail, which once again just furthers the position that we are absolutely rewarding him.
Well, hold on. Before you show your low self-control, let me finish. If a rapist goes to prison for 50 years and gets out, are we rewarding them because they're out of prison?
Personally, according to my preferences, yes, because I think rapists should be in jail for life. But even if you hold to the position that 50 years is enough, well, I mean, in this debate, it doesn't seem like that's pushing your point along, because Donald Trump hasn't served 50 years in jail for rape. In fact, he hasn't seen a day of jail for rape, and that's kind of my point.
Okay. What if a 2-year-old rapes a 1-year-old? You think they should go to jail for life?
What is this fucking question?
You said you think all of them should go to jail for life.
I don't think that 2-year-olds have personal culpability for their actions, because in many senses they don't have free will.
So you don't think all of them should go to jail?
I don't think I'm going to engage in such an extreme and absurd hypothetical that doesn't relate to the argument at hand. Is Donald Trump a 2-year-old, or is he a 79-year-old that is governing over the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth?
Well, he was once both, correct?
Was he a 2-year-old when he raped E. Jean Carroll?
Oh, no.
No, yeah, so get that shit out of here. How old was he when he raped E. Jean Carroll? Do you know? He was in his 50s.
Okay. Just don't address my question. Move past it.
What's the relevance of a 2-year-old to a conversation about a 50-year-old that raped a woman?
Because I'm trying to show you that you don't think all rapists should be in jail for the rest of their lives.
I don't even think that I would consider that 2-year-old rapist. I think that I would consider that 2-year-old neglected and abused by their parents, because there has to be some type of input from adults to generate that outcome. I think in scenarios of like a 2-year-old doing sexual things to a 1-year-old, there's going to be adults that are forcing that 2-year-old or making that 2-year-old do those things to the 1-year-old. And that's like super gross, and I don't even want to think about that. Like, I want to talk about Donald Trump. I don't want to talk about literally the dark, deepest pits of humanity. This is disgusting and despicable. So go ahead and respond to the claim. We agreed, okay, that rapists should be in jail. All right. And Donald Trump isn't, and he's a rapist, and instead you gave him the Oval Office. So giving a rapist the presidency compared to a jail cell is absolutely a reward.
I don't think so. Not
why?
By the rules of being president, it's not.
But we're not looking at what the rules say, right?
Well, I am.
Because the rules are not a foundation for morality and justice. Right? That my claim that this rapist is getting a reward is born out of morality and an innate sense of justice, or in this sense, an innate sense of injustice. We are doing an injustice to the woman that he raped and an injustice to society at large by placing a rapist in the Oval Office compared to a jail cell, regardless of what the rules say. Okay? Like, for instance, in 33 of our 50 states, the rules say that adults can marry minors. But yet, if an adult were to marry a minor, right, like a 40-year-old man marrying a 16-year-old, there would still yet be an injustice done to that 16-year-old and a reward being granted to that 40-year-old of, full ability to transact in the economy and be a free citizen, even though the rules say it's allowed. So do you understand here how just because the rules say technically rapists can run for president, that is completely irrelevant to a conversation surrounding, well, is there an unfair reward being granted to the rapist? And is there a despicable injustice being done to the rape victim in society at large?
That second point, yeah, sure. And for your
Okay,
first
got it.
point, yeah,
So
hold on.
so now that you understand those rules
on
are
now.
completely irrelevant to the claim that he's being rewarded, why don't you go
Well,
ahead
hold
and
on now.
respond to the argument I gave you insofar as why it's a reward?
Hold on. Are you gonna let me respond to both of your points, or are you gonna?
Yeah, go
nick me
ahead.
there?
I just made one point.
You made two.
No, I made one.
No, you made two. You
I'm sorry,
so
this guy
cute,
can't
man.
track. It's fine.
Okay. So I guess maybe then, yeah, I can say it's fine to reward them with amnesty.
Okay. Perfect. So now that you've conceded on mass amnesty, now let's see if we could get you to agree that we shouldn't have rapists be our presidents. Would you still vote for Trump and support him today if he was a child rapist?
No.
Okay. So why do you support Trump today even though he's an adult rapist?
Who did he rape?
E. Jean Carroll.
Oh, so you can't read court documents because it clearly says he wasn't found civilly liable of rape.
Okay. What was he found
Was-
civilly liable of?
It was sexual abuse.
All right. Why? Why did the jury find him guilty of sexual abuse and not rape per the legal definition? Do you know?
Yeah, I do know. What do you think, I'm an
Okay.
idiot?
Then explain to me why.
Because he digitally penetrated her vagina with his fingers.
Yeah. And the legal definition of rape in the state of New York was just penile rape, penetration of the vagina with a penis. Now, forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers is definitely rape. It just wasn't considered rape by the law.
Well, I mean, what the law says goes, right?
No.
Wait, what the law doesn't say goes? So you think it's okay to go and kick somebody in the face?
When did I say
the law-
that? I just
'cause the
simply
law-
said that the law doesn't exist as a prescriptive body of
No, that's
definitions
not
of
what you
terms.
said. You said,
Like,
you said
for
the law
instance,
doesn't
before
say
the
what
criminal
goes.
justice system existed, do you think it was possible for a man to rape a woman?
Before the criminal justice existed?
Yeah, before states, criminal justice systems, and laws existed, was it possible for men to rape women?
Oh, yeah.
Because rape is just defined as unconsensual sex, right?
Well, yeah.
Right. So at that time, obviously, the law didn't consider that to be rape because the law didn't exist. Yet we still agree that it is rape. So
Well,
even though the law
well,
in the
if
state of New
someone-
York in
Oh, my
2022 didn't consider the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers to be rape, it definitely still was. And there's many examples of this throughout history.
hold on, I
like,
need
for
to- I
instance,
need to
prior to the
interject.
80s,
I need to
when a man would chain down his wife and forcefully penetrate her vagina with his penis, that's not something that was legally considered to be rape because there was no concept of legal rape in a marriage. Or during American chattel slavery, when a white slave owner would chain down a black enslaved person and forcefully penetrate their sexual organs without consent, that wasn't considered to be legal rape because there was no legal concept of rape between a slave owner and an enslaved individual, right? So just because the law doesn't consider something to be rape does not mean that it's not rape.
This is what you do. You spin and spin and spin and spin, and you get lost in this forest of nothing.
This is simply common
there.
sense. There's no spinning being done here. This is common sense. Normal people can agree that rape is rape, even if the law doesn't agree that it's rape. Normal people
let me
agree
interject. Let me
that
interject.
enslaved
Let me
people
interject.
were raped, even though the law said there were zero. Normal people agree that husbands raped their wives prior to the 1980s in America, even the law said that there was zero. This isn't spinning. This is just common sense.
Hold on, I need to interject back to that criminal. If the criminal justice system didn't exist and somebody raped somebody, yeah, I can agree. Like by today's standards, that would be rape. But if you went back there and tried to say this person's guilty of rape, everyone would look at you like you got three heads, right? So it's kind of like at the time, that wasn't a thing.
At the time, if you said that the earth was round, people would look at you as if you have three heads. Does that negate the fact that the earth was indeed round?
No, that's my point.
Okay, so did
That's
it
my-
negate the
that's
fact
my-
that it was indeed rape?
Well, no, but my point is
Okay,
that
so it was still rape, even though people disagreed. That's my point.
my point is you tried to use that hypothetical to say we can't say it wasn't rape because it colloquially was, but then yeah, in today's standards you can say the earth is round because that's proven, but back then you can't. It's just a time thing. So I don't think that's a good hypothetical.
I think that you're lost in the sauce. I don't think that truth is relative on society or time. Regardless of the society that you live in, or regardless of the time that you live, if an individual engages in unconsensual sex with another person, then that individual committed rape regardless of what others in society think. Like, truth isn't dependent on the collective's position. So when I say that Donald Trump is a rapist and that the court proved that he raped a woman, all that I'm saying here is that the jury agreed he unconsensually penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers, and that's something that is absolutely rape because it's unconsensual intercourse.
So are we going to stay on this, or can we talk about policies?
Sure, you could concede
Concede to what? That
that
a
it's
sexual
rape for a
user?
man to penetrate a woman's vagina with his fingers?
2023 and up in New York, yes.
We're not looking at the law. We're asking you for your opinion. In your opinion, do you agree that it's rape for a man to penetrate a woman's vagina with his fingers?
Well, yes, but my opinion in 2022 could have been different based on what's around me, my surroundings.
Okay, so just to clarify, in 2022, it wasn't rape for a man to penetrate a woman's vagina with his fingers.
No, you can think that. Like, you can think that.
Like,
but I'm
we're
saying
just, listen, we're just asking you what is true. Is it true that it's rape for a man to penetrate a woman's vagina with his fingers unconsensually?
Now it is, yes.
And this wasn't true 5 years ago?
Colloquially, yeah.
Well, I'm not, dude, I'm so sorry. Define rape.
The unconsensual intercourse with someone else.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if somebody engages in unconsensual sex today or 10 years ago or 1,000 years ago. If it was unconsensual intercourse, then it was rape, right?
Yes, you can. Call
Okay,
it rape.
okay, so then get this
You can-
colloquial
you
bullshit
can't-
out of here. The fact is that's what Donald Trump
Now
did.
You can call it that, but
Just like
Maybe I
if it's true that rape is unconsensual sex, and it's true that Donald Trump engaged in unconsensual sex directed towards E. Jean Carroll, then it's true that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. And when you're looking at the jury verdict form and you're evaluating the fact that it says no to rape, well, after we learned the fact that they just legally defined rape as the penile penetration of the vagina, well, they just said no to penile rape. Okay, and that's fine because E. Jean Carroll didn't testify nor prove that he raped her with his penis. She proved that he raped her with his fingers.
raped with his fingers. But at that time, it technically wasn't.
Time, it doesn't determine truth. I thought that we've already gone over this concept, how it is, what is true is that rape is unconsensual sex, and that regardless of unconsensual sex unfolded today, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 100 years ago, if unconsensual sex occurred, then rape occurred, regardless of what the people thought at the time, because truth is not dependent on the emotions of the collective. We've already addressed this point 5 times, and you're going in circles. It's annoying.
I'm honestly not even going in circles. You just keep asking me the same questions.
You are going in circles. Like let's just repackage your argument
Well,
in a
I
different
have
sense.
to if you
because
ask
you're
me the same
basically saying,
questions.
well, that people didn't think that was rape at that time. Okay. Well, people didn't think that the earth was round 1,000 years ago, but that doesn't change the fact that the earth was round, right? Like essentially, you're saying that E. Jean Carroll wasn't raped in the same way the earth wasn't round 1,000 years ago. Not in the sense that it was true the earth was flat, or it's true E. Jean Carroll wasn't raped, but rather in the sense that it's true people didn't think E. Jean Carroll was raped, or it's true that people didn't think the earth was round. Right? But
Yeah.
we're not having
Yeah.
a discussion about what people think. We're having a discussion about what is actually true. In the same way it was actually true 1,000 years ago the earth was round, it is actually true, and it has been actually true since the 90s, that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Well, okay. In the 90s, I have no problem with people saying that, but I feel like rape and sexual abuse, it's opinions based. And I'm only saying that because I can see your perspective, how it was rape. And I can see from other people's perspective it was too, but I think the law has the final say on what the rules are.
How many enslaved people were raped during slavery?
Probably more than one.
Okay. So then you don't think that the law has a final say of what rape is, because during slavery the law never defined unconsensual sex with an enslaved individual as rape.
All right, that's a good point. Yeah. So what do you want me to concede on that he
raped her?
Okay.
All right. So earlier you said that you wouldn't support Trump as president if he raped a child. Now you've conceded that he raped an adult. So do you no longer support Trump as president, understanding that he raped an adult?
As president, I do.
Okay. So why would you not support Trump as president if he raped a child, but you would support Trump as president if he raped an adult? What is the relevant difference?
Well, if he raped an adult like today or yesterday, I wouldn't support him. But I think 30 years ago, I can't really prove if he's changed or not, but he could. Right? He could, like...
You're still not answering the question. I asked you earlier if you'd support Trump as president if he raped a child 30 years ago, and you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the relevant difference?
You didn't say 30 years ago.
Okay, then I'll specify that now. Would you still support Trump as president today if he raped a child 30 years ago?
Probably.
Okay, and that's the issue with the right. You guys would fully endorse.
No, I meant I wouldn't
endorse.
Support him. I meant I wouldn't. My bad.
Okay,
I meant I
you wouldn't. All right, so you would support Trump as president today if he raped an adult, but you wouldn't support Trump as president today if he raped a child. Why? What's the difference?
I just feel like it's a time thing, right? That happened 30 years
ago.
The
timing is the same in the two scenarios, yet you're yielding different conclusions in the two scenarios. So timing is irrespective of the difference. So what's the difference?
I guess there is no difference, right?
So if there is no difference, then you shouldn't yield a conclusion in case number one in contrast to case number two. And if you wouldn't support him as president in case number one, i.e. he raped a kid 30 years ago, then you shouldn't support him as president in case number two, which is he raped an adult woman 30 years ago.
Yeah. Still a Republican.
Okay, so you concede your support for Trump.
Yeah, but I'm still a Republican.
Okay. Well, you should stop being a Republican because the Republican Party is very stark differences from yourself. They do think that rapists should be president.
Well, I don't think that's a good response, right? Like if you want to have an actual good faith.
But anyways, get fucked. As somebody in the comment section pointed out, the Dim Destroyer has been destroyed. That guy's account name was the Dim Destroyer. that was his account name, the Dim Destroyer. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I think that guy was being bad faith. I don't think that guy was here for real dialogue. And I think the only reason why he conceded was because I forced him in a position that he had no way out of. I think that he was debating in a very bad faith manner. Nate, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so we went from the Dim Destroyer to the Conservative Crusader. Yeah, we're really running through these guests today. Wow. Let me thank a couple people real quick.
Running through? Pause, bro.
Full Band, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Full Band. Thank you. Let's get 200 Full Band W's down below. That's very kind of you. Full Band with the 20 says it was accurate to say that the Earth was round even before anyone knew it. Absolutely. That's the point that I was trying to communicate to that last guy. And Elizabeth Rosie, oh my goodness, and Han. Thank you, all three of you guys, for the $50 super chats. Holy moly. Elizabeth, Rosie, and Han. You three are awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Oh my goodness. Let's get 500 Elizabeth W's, 500 Rosie W's, and 500 Han W's. Genuinely, that is so much money. I'm so very grateful. Elizabeth with the 50 says that the truth is timeless. People waking up to the fact that all of non-consensual penetration being rape doesn't mean that it wasn't always rape. Rape is a crime that makes somebody unworthy of the Oval Office. Abso-fucking-lutely, Elizabeth. That was the point that I was trying to communicate to that last guy, and hopefully I proved it. Rosie, thank you so much for the $50 as well. And Han with the $50 says, hey, Dean, American living in Australia, love what you're doing. Trump's deportation policies inciting fear not only into immigrants, but also into tourists. Tourism in the U.S. is declining so fast and also plays a part in our failing economy. You are right. Yes, for the same reasons. Okay, why? Immigration is going down. Tourism is also going down. People that aren't citizens are just scared to come into the country. Thank you three so very much. On Venmo, Brian, thank you for the $4. I appreciate you so much. I apologize for addressing you by your name. I see now that you you requested I address you by a nickname. Sidley, thank you for the $5 who says that last guest was so insufferable. True. Tina, thank you for the $40 donation who says for dealing with a man children today, your patience is admirable. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for that love, Tina. Let's get 400 Tina W's. That's very kind of you. My patience is admirable right now because we just started the stream. It will quickly go down as the day continues. Phil, thank you for the $25 who says there's nothing more un-American than Trump and his pathetic cult members. I know, they're so fucking pathetic, Phil. You're base. You already know that though. Thank you for the $25.
Whatever happened to Phil?
Thank you so much for the $20 who says, my grandparents in their 90s watch you all the time. They love your videos and enjoy how mature you are with these idiots. Anyways, I just want to let you know I love you and fuck guys. Fuck guys. Love you too, Emily. And shout out to your grandparents. Thank you for the $20. You got a great set of grandparents on God. Mar, thank you for the $8. Riley with the 2. Adam with a 5. And Nikki with a 5. I appreciate you guys. We're all caught up over on Super Chat. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Lauren for the $5 who says WD and WU. Anethia, thank you for the $5 who says don't let the trolls get to you. Oh, I'm trying my best. Mia, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. I agree. MAGA does not have critical thinking skills. And Fussy with the $5 who says, hey, Dean, good to see you as always. Good to see you too, my friend. If you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the live stream, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on that other place, and that's right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Very best way to ask a question, get a message across, roast the guest, make an argument. I try to read as many of them off as I can. I do miss a couple, though. I'll go ahead and take it away, Mr. Conservative Crusader. Why are you MAGA?
Yeah, sure. One of your donors just kind of reminded me of something. Whatever happened to Phil?
I don't know, don't care. Why are you MAGA?
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, sir.
I'm asking you for your argument why Trump is a good president, even though he's failing this country and failing the world. Can we hear the argument, please?
My bad. You just kind of paused there for a second. Yeah, because I'm staunchly against Democrats. And I don't support their agenda. I don't support the DEI, woke, rainbow hair, clover gender social justice warriors who want to make us submit to their gay globalist agenda. They want us to turn us into androgynous, non-binary socialists who hate this country and everything it stands for. They want to put litter boxes in schools for students who identify as cats. You know, they want us to abort our kids to sacrifice to Hillary Clinton, George Soros, to consume in these satanic blood rituals.
You're a pretty good troll. You're a pretty good troll. I'll give it to you. I feel like you probably took some time to write all that out before you joined, and I think it worked out. Yeah, that's funny. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. I believed them up until he said that they want us to get abortions to sacrifice our children to Hillary Clinton and George Soros through blood rituals. I believed him up until that point. Let's go to get that next guest, Levi Johnson, connected to the box. Only hop inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, I'd appreciate it if you guys would do your very best to follow the rules, please, and thank you. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected. We got Pinhead Dan loaded in. Levi, do you support Trump?
We are Trump.
Band Pinhead, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, God. You gross.
Is that a problem?
It's a big problem, Pinhead Dan.
But isn't that what you're debating, Trump supporters? Why would you react like that?
Well, I mean, as frequently as I talk to you guys, it never gets less embarrassing.
That's fine, but you wouldn't have a platform if we didn't exist. So you should say thank you instead of,
Well,
oh God.
In fact, I would, considering the fact that I had a platform prior to Trump being president. But I mean, even if it followed
Yeah,
that
but
I
what
wouldn't
if
have
you
a
did?
platform prior, if you guys didn't exist, if Trump didn't exist, this would be like saying that history professors and authors who have a special interest in researching and professing and writing about Hitler and the Nazis, well, they wouldn't have a career if Hitler never existed. So should they thank
Yeah,
Hitler?
what would you do?
Well, that's kind of
would your
insane.
prompt would your prompt change to why do you support George W. Bush? Like, what would your prompt be had Trump not become president?
Who knows? Can you respond to the argument I just gave you, please?
I don't think you gave me an argument. You just told me like why you would still have a platform. Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. You weren't listening. So I said, even if it was true that I wouldn't have a platform today if Trump wasn't president, I don't think that means that I should be thanking Trump or thanking Trump supporters, because in a very similar sense, there are historians, professors, and authors who only profess and write about the Nazis, Hitler, and Nazi Germany, and they wouldn't have a career if Hitler never existed, right? So they be thanking Hitler? Obviously not. So even if your argument followed, then I
What's the
should be
argument?
thanking you.
What do you want me to
Trump.
respond to? Sure, that's fine. I'll concede. Sure, that's fine. I just was kind of being facetious. What do you want to actually talk about?
I want you to give me an argument insofar as why Trump is a good president. Thank you for conceding. And Astro, thank you for the $5 on Super Chat.
Anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-abortion. Those three are actually kind of just fine enough, for me to start with.
Yeah, we're going to go bottom to the front. You said anti-abortion. Do you think that abortion should be banned in all circumstances?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
that's the
including
most
those of-
logically consistent position I could give you. So yes,
Including those of rape?
I can answer that and say this is literally less than 1% of all abortions, but I'll go with that and say yes. I'll say so. You're going to argue from the extremes here. That's fine. Yeah, sure, including those of rape.
Yeah, we go over this on the live stream every day. For those that are rather frequent viewers, you probably heard me give the same argument yesterday. I'll give it again today because I think it's a perfect parallel. Do you know who Max Irby is?
No, sir. Can you tell me who that is?
Yeah, he's a 15-year-old who needs a stem cell transplant. His father set up a driver to try to get him a stem cell transplant by sending DNA samples to anybody who would request one to see if they're a match. But see, the thing is that his stem cell transplant is so very rare. After his father sent out 40 million DNA samples to get tested against Max's stem cell type, they've come back with 0 matching donors. What this means is if there's a match alive, there's probably only one. So let's assume that the government finds out you are the only perfect stem cell match for Max alive, and then in the middle of the night, they kidnap you from your home, they sedate you, then you wake up connected to Max via a cord, giving him some of your stem cells, and they tell you that you're going to be forced to be connected to Max for the next 9 months against your will and without your consent. Do you feel like you'd be doing anything wrong if you were to get up and walk out of that room, even if that caused Max Irby's death?
No, but this is not an analogous comparison because when you participate in sexual intercourse, you know that one of the consequences, if you would like to call it that, or something else, would be a pregnancy. So if I did something knowing that I could be connected to this person and then I happened to be connected after I did this action, then yes, I would have to live with it.
Okay. Yep, so this would be a counter-argument specifically against your claim that rape victims should be denied access to abortion. So the difference that you try to point out in the analogy that I gave you and elective abortions was that in one scenario, you knowingly cause this other life to be dependent on yourself. Well, that's not true of rape victims.
Okay, then I would ask you, two wrongs does make a right? So we're going to now argue, is murder or rape worse? Because you could get raped, a horrible thing. I don't wish it on anybody. And you're going to turn around and then cause the innocent baby growing inside of you to die because of that. I don't see how that makes it correct.
Okay. Well, you actually do, because you conceded in the analogy that you wouldn't be doing anything wrong if you were to get up and disconnect yourself from Max, even if that killed Max. That's all a rape victim's doing.
Is not all a rape victim is doing. Again, you're saying that a rape victim. Can you walk me through that? A rape victim is what? What is a rape victim doing?
Yeah, a rape victim was connected to a fetus against their will and without their consent forcefully and asked to supply them their bodily resources for 9 months. And if they disconnect their bodily resources from that fetus at any point during the next 9 months, the fetus will die. Just like in the analogy, you were forcefully connected to Max Irby, and the government tells you that if you disconnect from Max Irby, you'll die unless you stay connected to him for 9 months. When it was about you and Max Irby, you said that you'd be in the right to disconnect from him and walk away even if he dies. So when it's about the rape victim that's pregnant, they'd be in the right to disconnect from the fetus and walk away even if the fetus dies, which would.
Can I ask you, why do you always, when you're arguing
abortion?
Why do you argue against MAGA and you first thing goes to rape? Because I guarantee you're not against abortion other than rape. So why do you pick rape as your standing point? Because even if I told you, okay, you're right, I'll concede that let's say all abortion from rape should be allowed. Again, so 99% of abortions then you're cool with, and just the 1% that's from rape. Is that what you're going to say?
I'll tell you why I start off by talking about rape scenarios for the conversation on the pro-life versus pro-choice debate. It's because I think that you could consistently hold a pro-life position with an exception for rape victims. And I think that holding a pro-life position with an exception for rape victims is significantly preferable to holding a pro-life position without an exception for rape victims. So it's always my first step in the dialogue. So now that you understand that there's no difference between the analogy that I gave you and the scenario of a rape victim accessing abortion, do you concede your original claim that it would be wrong for rape victims to access?
I'm going to say
rather lethal abortions.
You're much more versed in debating this than me. You have practiced with us every single day. I will concede only because I don't think you're going to be able to convince me of the 99% of abortions that happen all the time that are just not having anything to do with rape.
Yeah,
by the way,
your pride's pretty
more
gross.
preferable. What's pretty gross?
Your pride. You can't concede because you're wrong. You have to concede for some other miscellaneous reason.
I'll concede in the rape cases, aka maybe 1% of rapes, not 99%. I would like you to try to convince me of why other abortions, elective abortions, should just be allowed at any point.
Okay. Why are elective abortions wrong?
Again, you're just murdering the fetus, baby, whatever you want to call it. Again, the whole abortion stance just depends on when you believe life starts. And I know you believe it starts different than I do. If I could convince you that life began at conception, then you would also believe that it was wrong.
No, actually wrong, because I do think that life begins at the moment of conception. Now, I asked you why you think that elective abortions are wrong. You said they're murder. Well, why are they murder?
Are they wrong? Because murder, to kill, to take away a human life, satisfying all the characteristics of life, to end that, that would be murder.
Why?
Why? Because you're saying, why is murder murder? Are you trying to challenge my definition of murder? Or what are you saying here?
No, I'm asking you why you think it's murder to end a human life.
To end could I end your life even if you didn't want me to, and it wouldn't be murder?
No, that'd be murder, and I could describe the reasons why. You'd be violating my right to life, and I have a right to life because I have a mind.
So does a 15-second-old baby have a right to life? It doesn't really make a difference.
Okay,
you have a right to life the same as the other person.
What do you think grants them that right to life?
Humanity, being a human, being alive in the sense they are alive.
Okay.
In being a human.
Did you basically think that doctors are Nazis and serial killing murderers for pulling the plugs on brain dead patients in the hospital?
Is that the way you want to go with this debate?
I'm just simply saying, if you think what grants the right to life is just merely being a human and biologically alive, then you think that medical health professionals are Nazi serial killing murderers if they've pulled the plugs on and killed a whole bunch of brain dead patients in the hospital.
I'm not sure how that would make them Nazis, but if they knew what they were doing, and I hope they do, considering that they're in the field, they would be hopefully held accountable for their actions.
So you do think it's murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient in the hospital?
There's a little more nuance there. Does the brain dead patient, obviously being an adult, do they have a will saying hey, wait this amount of time, or don't do it, or do it?
Yeah, no will.
So they just are what? Let's say 50 years old. They're just in this situation, and you don't know what they want either way. Is what you're trying to say? In this situation,
driving to work one day, got T-boned by a drunk driver, rushed to the hospital, they're brain dead, and they will never regain any sense of consciousness or personhood ever again. And the only reason why they're biologically alive is because of the artificial support from life support. But because they're biologically alive and human under your view, they have just as much of a claim to a right to life as you, I, or the fetus. This would mean that under your view it's murder if the family of this brain dead patient were to inform the hospital and the doctor that they want that plug to be pulled, and then the doctor pulls the plug.
I think you're talking now a little bit between legal versus morality. You're saying their family. Their family could legally say, "Hey,
Right.
you know,
We're just addressing the morality.
the morality of it." I wouldn't say it would be immoral. Again, if their family did X, Y, Z. If their family wanted one thing and the doctor just goes against it, that would probably just not be preferable and would be wrong. Now, how would you know? And again, the baby or whatever, fetus, whatever word you're going to use, had never had a chance to even live. Why would you take it from them before it even started? And also, why is
Because
abortion?
there's no clear and consistent argument for why it would be wrong. And what I mean when I say that is every pro-life argument eventually fails. Just like your pro-life argument just failed. You started the debate.
How did it fail?
That's what I'm telling you right now. You started the debate by telling me that the reason why you think it's murder to kill a fetus is because that fetus is alive and the fetus is human. Then you set forth the principle that it is always wrong and always murder to kill an innocent human life. Then I tested that principle.
I'd like to challenge you on that. It's not all.
Then I tested that principle that it's always murder to kill an innocent human life by applying that principle to a brain dead patient. And then in that scenario of the brain dead patient, you told me that it wouldn't be wrong, contradicting the principle, therefore falsifying the principle. So we've now agreed that the original moral principle you shared, insofar as why abortion is wrong, is false. Very easy. Go ahead. I sent you an invite to turn your mic back on.
Okay, I don't know who muted me. I wasn't even talking, but okay. Why also jump to abortion when there's actually several other alternative things that are better than abortion? You can laugh and say, okay, so it's better to murder or even unalive. I mean, I got to be TikTok friendly, whatever, than put up for adoption, than, I don't know, don't be so willy-nilly and take the precautions beforehand. I mean, obviously birth control fails, but you're trying to say that there's no preferable options to, abortion. You're just going to use it as a form of contraceptive.
I'm just saying that there's no clear reasons why abortion's wrong.
Yes, they're obviously... Okay, so would you be cool with abortion up to 9 months then?
Well, I would take a moral issue with elective lethal abortions at around 20 through 24 weeks. Can you please respond to my critique of the principle that you
To your own
granted me?
argument, why would you take a moral objection with it, even to your own argument? How would you even be able to take that stance then?
Because that's when I believe when I believe the mind emerges, and it's the mind that I find to be morally valuable. Now, can you please respond to my critique of your principle?
Having a mind makes you alive?
I think that having a mind makes you morally valuable.
What do you mean by mind? Brain is what you're gonna go with?
So when I say mind, I'm saying the sense of person. I think what makes a person is their mind. And I think that usually like the common abstractions and representations of a mind would be like the emergence of sentience or consciousness. So I think that if you have a mind, you're valuable. And
you don't think that a 6-week-old baby would have a mind?
20 through 24 gestational weeks, therefore, that's when the mind emerges and that's when the fetus becomes valuable.
So you're saying that earlier than 24 weeks, you don't think they have a mind or a sentience?
20 through 24 weeks, and yes, that's what the science says.
Again, we're not just defining what makes somebody alive. So you're saying being alive doesn't matter, but being sentient does, right?
I mean, it's more complicated than that, but on the surface level, sure.
Okay, sorry. Ask me what you asked me before, because I kind of interrupted you. What was the question you were asking me?
I mean, you could continue to investigate my view here, but you tried earlier to tell us why you think abortion's wrong. You said it's because the fetus is human alive, which amounts to the moral principle that it's always murder to kill innocent human beings. But then you falsified that principle by saying it's not murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient in the hospital, even if they're quote-unquote innocent. So because you falsified...
It's always murder to kill innocent human beings.
In this sense, we're just saying it's always murder to kill a human being in which you don't have justification to kill, i.e. we're just looking at scenarios outside of like self-defense, for instance.
Yeah, I don't understand. So can you explain to me why it's better to... I mean, first of all, do you actually believe that abortion is murder? You don't even believe that, right?
Obviously, I don't believe that. Are you going to respond to my counter-argument against the position where I falsified your moral principle that you used to argue that abortion is wrong? Or are you going to respond for the position that I give you in affirmation of the claim that abortion is not wrong? Are you going to do either of those two things?
I'm going to tell you that abortion is wrong because it's murder, and I disagree. Just because you could pull the plug on a brain dead patient and it not be considered, murder legally, that doesn't mean that abortion...
We're not talking about legally. We're talking about you and your opinion. And you said it wouldn't be wrong to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, even though they're human and alive. So you saying that it's murder to kill a fetus because they're human and alive is insufficient, because merely being human and alive doesn't make it murder to kill you. And my proof is brain dead patients.
Again, you're using an extreme hypothetical, talking about some brain dead
prove
patient.
My point. It's not extreme. Like, we kill brain dead patients every day. And yeah, to prove my point, because we agree that merely possessing the attributes of being human and alive doesn't make it murder to kill you. That's what the brain dead patient scenario is proving.
No, okay, but so obviously
so there's just going to be like other things on top of being human and on top of being alive that are true of a fetus that you think makes it wrong to kill the fetus. So explain to us, what else is a fetus outside of being human and alive? Because those two attributes are not sufficient for the right to life, and we've clarified that now, that makes it wrong to kill it.
It's wrong to kill it because everybody deserves to have a chance at life without.
Yeah, you're contradicting yourself.
How am I contradicting myself? I'm saying everybody has a chance at life.
Because you're saying that everyone, all humans that are alive have a right to life. You don't think that. Brain dead patients.
Hold on, they've already been alive for X amount of years before you've pulled the plug on this hypothetical situation.
So it would be murder to pull the plug on a brain dead newborn?
I mean, I obviously believe that abortion in general is murder, so I would have to say yes to that. Right?
A brain dead pulling the plug on a brain dead newborn is not an abortion. An abortion is the termination of a pregnancy, right? And pulling the plug on a brain dead newborn would be pulling the plug on a newborn who has been given birth to, is out of the womb, but just simply has the permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function, no different than a brain dead 20-year-old, a brain dead 50-year-old, a brain dead 75-year-old.
Listen. You're obviously going to talk circles in me about this. You do it every single day. You use this, situation of the brain dead patients. I actually want to know what you actually think about. But apart from this brain dead situation, it doesn't matter if someone is brain dead or not. You think
it does? It's very relevant to this conversation. The reason why it's so relevant to this conversation is because the fact that we agree it's not immoral to pull the plug on brain dead patients shows us that both you and me agree that being a human that's alive is not sufficient to have the right to life, or else brain dead patients would have the right to life because they're human and alive, which we agree they don't
have the right to life. Now they could either voluntarily give that up or what? I mean, you're right.
They don't have the right to life because we don't think it's wrong to pull the plug on them.
Well, hold on. There's a difference between having the right to life and also thinking that you should, like, if they were to have a will and sign that away, would they be voluntarily giving up their right to life? Sure, right? You would agree with that.
But we agreed it's not wrong even in the scenarios where they don't have a will. And if you're just getting stuck up here on the right to life claim. So I'll just reword the counter argument. So the reason why brain dead patients are very relevant to our discussion is because we have agreed, that being a human that is alive is not sufficient in making it wrong for somebody else to end your life. And my evidence would be the scenario of the brain dead patient. They're human, they're alive, but we're agreeing it's not wrong to end their life. Meaning that being human and alive is not sufficient in explaining why it's wrong to end a life. Meaning that when you say that it's wrong to end the life of a fetus because they're human and alive, you're not actually giving me sufficient reason insofar as why it's wrong.
That's a decent point, but then I would just have to come back with, so what is a decent point besides so when could you end somebody's life? If they specifically speak and tell you, I don't want you to end my life, when would you be allowed to do this then?
I'm confused on the nature of the question. You'd be, what?
Because again, why? Okay, so what's the difference in that? Why should I not be allowed to end anybody's life that I just particularly dislike?
I told you this earlier. The emergence of sentience and the possession of a mind.
Again, I'm not convinced that those in the womb don't have sentience. I don't understand the term. I guess what it actually means, sentience.
We'll just use consciousness. That's fine.
Too. I think they have consciousness. I think that, unborn have consciousness.
So the science says that they start deploying consciousness in around 20 through 24 weeks. That's the neuroscientific consensus.
I'm just not going to concede that I think that, you're not valuable as a human being before 20 to 24 weeks. And that is what you're saying.
So then you just have a gibberish position. And the reason why I say that, you do have a gibberish position, because then you're just doubling down on a contradiction.
So hold on, if this whole thing was, man, you're right, you shouldn't be allowed to pull the plug on brain dead patients too, then where would the nature of this go? Because
well, then you could further defend the position, but you've already told us that you don't think that's immoral. So that's a non-starter.
I don't think it's immoral, because I do think that there's a difference between a 2-week-old baby, ending their life just because
not as it relates to the fact that they're both human and alive.
It's just that it's immoral to do so, and it's murder.
Yeah, and that's why you're yielding to contradiction. You're saying it's murder to kill a fetus because they're human and alive, but it's not murder to kill a brain dead patient even though they're human and alive.
But there's obviously other reasons besides this is why you think that it would be wrong. You don't think.
So what are the other reasons? What are the other reasons why it's murder to kill a fetus? Layla, thank you for the league.
It's murder to kill a fetus because it's an innocent human life. It hasn't even had a chance.
Okay, so then you do affirm that it's contradictory, that your position is contradictory, because you are affirming that your contradiction is you think it's murder to kill a fetus because it's a human alive, but it's not murder to kill a brain dead patient even though it's human and alive. That's your contradiction.
I'm not sure it's murder or not. Can I tell you an actual story from my life that's actually happened? And I can tell
you. I don't want an anecdote. I'm just gonna listen, folks. For everybody watching. I like debating abortion. I think it's good because I want more people to be pro-choice. But it's like the men on this subject are just like so dumb and insufferable.
The men, because men can't have an opinion on abortion, obviously, right?
Oh my God. I think that a lot of people say that men shouldn't have an opinion on abortion because men typically don't even know how many holes women have below their waist. So clearly, if they know nothing about the science, if they know nothing about pregnancy, and their views are so clearly contradictory that maybe you shouldn't have an opinion. Something else is a lot of women will say that men shouldn't have an opinion on abortion because it's not something that personally impacts them. And if it was something that personally impacted them, then they'd think that it's okay. Like, for instance, you joined this live. I'm going to put you on mute because I'm still in the middle of my sentence. You joined this live and you told us that you think it's wrong for a rape victim to access abortion. And then all that I did was I gave you a hypothetical where you're the quote unquote rape victim, where you are being forced by the government to provide your bodily resources to Max Irby for 9 months against your will. And just the description of this mirrored analogy onto you where it personally impacts you, okay, made you then concede that maybe these women, maybe these rape victims should be able to access abortion, right? So I think that's why a lot of people say that. But I mean, still yet, what I'm telling you is that clearly this conversation isn't going anywhere because you can't track logic. I've been trying to describe to you for upwards of 20 minutes now that the massive and fatal flaw in your position here is that you are arguing a special plea. And what I mean when I say that is you're telling us that it's murder to kill the fetus because they're human and alive. But there are other humans that are alive that you don't think it would be murder to kill, like brain dead patients. So it reduces down to the contradiction. It's murder to kill a fetus because they're human and alive. Yet it is not murder to kill a brain dead patient, even though they're human and alive.
Fair enough. If they have no written will, it would be murder to kill a brain dead patient. If you did not know what they wanted, defaulting to killing them would be wrong.
Okay.
Now, if you didn't know.
Yeah, and then that's just absurd.
If you knew what they
Do you
wanted,
think it's wrong to kill a cow?
No, it's not a human. Human life is more
so I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify that you think a human who is permanently brain dead has the irreversible cessation of all cognitive function, and the only reason why they're alive is because of artificial life support is more valuable than like a cow? That's insane.
Human life is more valuable than every single other life that exists on this planet. Why is that a bad position to be?
Why do you hold to that position? Okay, and what's special about our species classification? I don't think that we get moral value because of our species classification. I think that we get moral value because of the traits that our species deploys, like, okay, an emergence of sentience, like the possession of a mind, or like being of the type or kind of rationale. Right? So are you essentially saying that the reason why you think a fetus is valuable is because of its like chromosomes, its DNA? But like that begs the question, why do you find the species classification that, you know, biologists use to describe the specific, like, genetic makeup of us to be morally valuable?
That would be hard to answer without bringing in God into the equation, but I do think that humanity is more. So you're trying to tell me that if you didn't know if someone was brain dead or not, they looked like they were sleeping, they fell off a cliff, and you could save them, or a cow, you wouldn't default to picking the human? Let's say you pick the human, and then, ooh, they're brain dead and they have no sentience. Ooh, I should have picked the cow, is what you're going to tell me then?
Bro, what? No. If I don't know if somebody's sleeping or brain dead, I would pick them over the cow in the off chance that they're not brain dead. But if I know for certain that they are brain dead, of fucking course.
You knew they were brain dead, you picked the cow, and if so, why?
Of course.
Of course, why? What's value?
Because the brain dead patient is like no different than inanimate objects. I mean, it's just like
there is a big difference.
It's just a human meat bag.
Hold on. So if that's the case, if you saw a brain dead human being and a rock on the ground, would you you could take the rock and throw it against a wall and not care? Would you take the human and throw him against a rock just because it's fun? You wouldn't do that. I know you wouldn't.
Of course I wouldn't do that, because it would highlight the negative psychological preference for like abusing human people, right? We're not saying in the circumstance that the brain dead patient is a human person. They're not a person because they're brain dead, but it would still yet be highlighting that negative psychological preference of abuse for human people. Like, for instance, right? I would say it's like wrong to design a video game around raping kids. Okay, but are you actually raping real kids in this video game? No, it's just pixels on your phone screen. But the reason why it's wrong to do is because it highlights that negative psychological preference of actually raping children.
Yeah, but in this situation, you could take yourself out of your psychological whatever and understand that, hey, I, Dean, do not think that this person is valuable anymore, and I think this cow's more valuable. Same as, like, you know, you could kick the person in the head if they were brain dead. You wouldn't actually, for you, do anything, but you wouldn't want to kick the cow in the head because it's a cow.
I don't think that you could separate yourself from that psychological examination. No. I think like in like these brutalistic hypotheticals of you know, like raping brain dead patients or chopping up the bodies of brain dead patients, right? Like, these are used by pro-lifers all the time because it's like, oh, well, if you don't think they have a right to life, if it's murder to kill them, why wouldn't it be wrong to rape them or chop their bodies up? Because it highlights the negative psychological preference of raping and chopping the bodies up of human people.
Are you trying
right?
to say,
like, for instance, let me ask you a question. Can we agree that dead bodies don't have the right to life because they're dead?
Obviously, they're dead.
Oh, so are you saying that it'd be okay to rape a dead body?
Legally or morally?
Morally.
Morally, I mean, only because of what our society has, like, put to us and, you know, and said that this has probably conditioned us to believe it's wrong, right? Hold on, Dean, you're going to look at me with that weird face, but you're also trying
well, can we agree that morals are not born out of social conditioning? Like, you're a Christian. You think that morals are born out of God. Right.
You don't believe morality is objective.
Well, I do. I actually do. I do believe that morality is objective. But tell me, per your prescription of your standard of objective morality, would it be wrong to rape a dead body?
For my prescription, well, I guess according to the Bible, I would say that was probably just wrong anyways. So yes, it's wrong.
Okay, right. So it is wrong to rape dead bodies, even though they don't have the right to life.
Yes, but I'm trying to say from you and your viewpoint, you view a brain dead or a dead person as probably the same or worse than a cow or whatever, any type of other.
I think that a cow's life is more valuable than a brain dead patient's life. Yes. The same way I think that a cow's life is more valuable than a dead body.
Would you first rather take a cow and chop its head off, you know, as it's alive, or take a dead body's thing and chop the dead body's head off? Which would you rather do?
Well, I think that both scenarios are pretty, like, horrendous. The reason why it's horrendous in this scenario...
We cut cows' heads off all the time and eat them. Are you a vegan?
Well, you're asking this in the sense of, like, highlighting this negative psychological preference of wanting to be, like, a serial fucking murderer and torturer, right? Like, that's the way in which it is framed. If you want to frame it in the sense, oh, like, would you rather, right, like, eat a cow or like chop up a brain dead? Like, I'm just confused on the nature of the question. Could you repeat the question?
I'm trying to get you to understand that humans are still more valuable than all other life, even if they are actually not alive. For whatever reason, you want to call it psychology, that's fine. We can call it psychology.
Humans, so wait. So you think that, like, a dead body is more valuable than, like, a dog?
I mean, you want to use the thing dog because we typically keep them as pets.
Well, I have a question. Would you rather throw a dog at a fire or a dead body in the fire?
I mean, now you're getting to what like the preference is. The dead body is already dead. Let's say the dog's
Can you answer
my
the
pet.
question?
Ooh, I don't. Sure, I could throw the dead body in the fire.
Okay, so you would rather throw the dead body in the fire, even though it's human?
Yeah, but that's fine. It's already dead. That's fair enough.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, this is some bullshit. So, are you ready to like concede on the topic of abortion? Is that going to happen?
No, I won't concede, but I mean, you probably want to kick me and talk to other guests. You want to talk about, like, for example...
Pinhead Dan, you haven't been able to demonstrate any reason why you think that abortion's wrong. You're saying that it's wrong because it's human alive. But you've already agreed that being human alive doesn't grant one the right to life. And then you went on to say that,
actually
well,
did already amend what I amended what I said and said, you're right, if there's a brain dead patient...
So do you think it should be... So it should be illegal to, like, pull the plugs on brain dead patients so they don't have a will?
I mean... Yeah, because I mean, like, let's say that, like,
so we should just keep them alive indefinitely.
Do you think that all brain dead patients like last the same amount of time? What if we pulled the plug on them, but 2 days later they would have gotten better? Wouldn't you say that's very bad to like do?
Then they're not a brain dead patient. A brain dead patient is somebody who has a
brain dead
permanent
mean
irreversible
forever?
So being a brain dead patient means that you have the permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function. So you're saying like, oh, what if a brain dead patient wakes up, bro? Well, then they weren't a brain dead patient.
So you're saying if they're dead, pretty much. So being dead versus brain dead is what?
The only difference between a brain dead patient and a dead person is that the brain dead patient is quote unquote having their life on a biological, like molecular level sustained by artificial machines. That's the only difference.
Okay, if that's the only difference, then sure. But again, I don't understand how that relates to abortion and how literally like you go.
I've already, dude, Dan, you are so fucking dense because I've already described this to you 10 times. Because of that artificial life support, they're still technically human and alive. So what this means is that you don't think that merely being human and alive is enough to make it wrong for somebody to kill you. So you can't say that it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's human and alive. Oh my God, Dan.
I can say that. And again,
then you're just special pleading in the circle. So you're saying, well, it's wrong to kill humans that are alive. And if you give me a scenario where it's not wrong, I'll just special plea. So I could do the same thing. Okay, I could agree with your underlying principle that it's wrong to kill humans that are alive. And then just special plea as it relates to fetuses. You're going to say, well, it's not wrong as it relates to fetuses, even though they're human and alive. The same way you're saying it's not wrong as it relates to brain dead patients, even though they're human and alive. What's the difference?
What's the difference? I mean, do you want to say that most abortions then are wrong? Only okay, so taking away
no abortion is wrong.
No,
because I say so. Because I'm special pleading the principle that we agreed to. You and me are agreeing that it's wrong to kill humans who are alive. We're agreeing that that is a fundamental moral value that we share. But then you're special pleading. You're saying, even though I can't describe why, I'm ignoring this principle as it relates to brain dead patients. It's not wrong to pull the plug on them. Then I'm special pleading and I'm saying, without describing the reasons why, I'm ignoring this principle as it relates to fetuses. What's the difference in that logic?
I don't understand also why abortion should be your first go-to if there's many other valuable options.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm ignoring that principle. I'm ignoring the principle that we're agreeing to.
I don't know,
no, I'm saying that it's not. Dude, listen, Dan, I'm saying that we are agreeing to the moral principle that it's wrong to kill humans that are alive, but I am just selectively ignoring this principle as it relates to fetuses, the same way you are selectively ignoring this principle as it relates to brain dead patients. What's the difference?
Because being a brain dead patient is not 100% analogous to being a fetus. Because
it is as it relates to the moral principle. I am fucking fed up with having these nuanced, like, philosophical conversations with the fucking idiots, dude. It's like, this is why, like, honestly, for the longest time, me and Parker had a preference against debating abortion on these live streams. It's because they are not intelligent enough to keep up. Yes! Brain dead patients are completely analogous to fetuses as it relates to your underlying moral principle that you've described insofar as why you think that abortion is wrong. Dan,
Are you a
that
little bit
principle
angry right now, Dane?
is
You
that
sound angry.
it is wrong to kill the fetus because they are human and because they are alive. Right or wrong?
It's wrong. Can you repeat that?
Are you saying that it's wrong to kill a fetus because they are human and they are alive?
And they've had 0 chance of life, which the brain dead person's already had.
We already went over that, and you agreed that it wouldn't be any different for a brain dead newborn.
I told you that if you were brain dead, it would be murder if you had 0, like, say either way. If you had it written in your will.
And then
that,
you
yeah,
conceded that position because you agreed that brain dead patients aren't really too much different than dead people.
Well, they're the only difference. What is a machine? Is a
Is a
what you're
machine
saying.
that's like pumping their blood
Okay, again, but you especially agree that you
and
probably should have
oxidizing their
did it.
blood.
If they have Down syndrome, you probably say.
So
you should have.
I'm trying to get you to answer my question. Are you saying that it is wrong to kill a fetus because they are human and alive?
That's definitely part of the reason why they're alive.
Are there
Yes,
any
'cause
other
they're human.
reasons?
Yes, because you shouldn't just kill innocent people. Yeah.
So that's not another reason. That's the same fucking reason. Because what do you consider a person to be? A human that's alive, right, Dan?
Yeah, definitely.
So I just to clarify, I said, so your position is that it's wrong to kill a fetus because they're human and alive. And you said, well, that's not it. There's more. It's also wrong because it's wrong to kill an innocent person. But then you define a person as a human that's alive. So just to clarify, all right, your argument that it's wrong to kill a fetus is because it's a human that's alive and because it's a human that's alive?
If you have a certain random circumstance that's extremely tragic
Holy
that makes it so
fucking
you
shit.
can't.
You're not answering my
can't be a-
question.
if you
You're not
can't be
answering my
alive-
question. You're not answering my question. I
Being
asked
brain
you
dead is-
why it's wrong to
being
kill a
brain dead is a
fetus,
different
and I said,
circumstance.
do you think that it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's a human that's alive? And you said, sure, well, there's something else on top of that. And then what you added on top of that was that what's also wrong because they're an
Being brain
innocent
dead is a
person.
different
But I'm not
circumstance.
talking about brain dead patients. I'm talking about fetuses. Listen, Dan.
apart
Listen,
from your
no,
argument to being brain dead, you
no,
have no
stop
argument.
talking. Stop talking, Dan. I asked you if you think it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's a human and alive, and what did you say in response? You said, yeah, Dean, that's part of it, but the other part is that it's because it's a person. And then I asked you what a person is, and you said it's a human that's alive. So I just want to clarify, you're saying that I incorrectly represented your position when I said that you think it's a murder to kill a fetus because you don't only think that it's a murder to kill a fetus because it's a human alive, but also because it's human and alive. So you just repeated the first reason. So now that we've agreed that was stupid as hell for you to say, we have successfully reduced your position down to being, quote unquote, it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's human and alive, correct?
Yes, and I think there's something different about being brain dead that like actually is different than being a fetus. I wouldn't be able to exactly pinpoint exactly what that is, but
perfect.
it's different.
Okay, perfect.
It's different.
So now that we've agreed that you think it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's human and alive, let me ask you 2 questions, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Are brain dead patients human?
Yeah, they're still human.
Are brain dead patients biologically alive?
In the sense that
No, not in
Are
a
they
sense. It's a yes
biologically
or it's a
alive?
no.
That's a good question because apart from the machine, they wouldn't be alive. No.
Apart from the machine. Bro, listen. Oh, apart from oxygen, I wouldn't be alive. Therefore, I'm dead with oxygen? Fuck off. You can't say apart from the life support, they'd be dead. No, they're alive with the life support, right?
Okay, then I'll say yes, and I'll say there's something different
Okay,
about being
so
on a machine
I will
or
go
being
ahead and
brain-
restart. I will go ahead and restart. Are brain dead patients human?
Yes.
Are brain dead patients biologically alive?
Yes, they're biologically alive. Sure, yes.
So if your argument is that it's wrong to kill fetuses because they're human and alive, you are suggesting the moral principle that it is always wrong to kill humans that are alive. And then you are
Hold on,
contradicting...
no, I'm not saying that.
Then you don't know
definitely
how
not saying
debate
that.
works. Then you don't know how to debate works. Because when you grant reasons for why you believe something to be true, i.e. you believe it to be true that it's murder to kill a fetus because they're human and alive, what is underpinning that would be the principle that it is murder to kill humans are alive. That's how
No,
debate works.
I believe in
that's
the
how
death
critical
penalty.
thought works.
Like what?
Okay,
You
and
saying
this just means that then there's like some like quiet like add-on here that you didn't state in your original position, right? So then we'd revise the original position to be, well, maybe it's wrong to kill the fetus because they're an innocent human being, right? That's alive. So therefore, you're suggesting the underlying moral principle is it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings, right?
Yes, and again,
Okay. Okay,
you could
so
then
you agree.
argue-
So you agree that you're arguing the position that abortion is wrong because you hold to the moral principle that it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings, correct?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you.
Okay, stop talking. Okay, so if I could falsify that moral principle, then you would concede that abortion is not wrong, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
but
I'm
then
going
I
to
have to say,
falsify.
I don't know what it is
And now I'm
about-
going to falsify that moral principle. Remember earlier, you accepted that brain dead patients are human, alive, and innocent. Yet you also said that it is not wrong to kill brain dead patients. Therefore, you falsified the principle. Therefore, you don't think that abortion is wrong.
I'm going to tell you that there's a difference between being a brain dead patient and being a fetus. Now, am I going to be able to exactly understand what that is? No, but everybody knows that. Like, everyone knows there's a difference.
Oh my God.
You can put your fingers in your eyes all you want.
Listen, all the differences between the brain dead patient and the fetus are completely irrelevant to the falsification of the originally suggested moral principle.
How?
Because the originally suggested moral principle was that it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings who are alive. Therefore, if we're able to identify a scenario where you don't think it's wrong to kill an innocent human being that's alive, then you have falsified the originally suggested moral principle. And you accepted that the brain dead patient is innocent. You accepted that the brain dead patient is a human being, and you accepted that the brain dead patient was alive. Therefore, we were able to identify a scenario where you don't think it's wrong to kill an innocent human being who is alive. Therefore, we've falsified the original moral principle, quote unquote, that it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings that are alive.
First of all, I don't always think it's wrong to kill human beings that are alive. You're talking about the word innocent. Yeah, it's wrong to kill them, and you know it's wrong to kill them. I mean,
oh my God.
You know that.
I just explained to you how we've both falsified that moral principle. Can you repeat my explanation on how we both falsified that moral principle?
I'm going to tell you the difference between...
No, can you repeat my explanation how you falsified that moral principle? Can you repeat the explanation?
No.
Then listen fucking closer. Oh my God. I will repeat it again. Okay, listen. I want you to listen so close to every word that comes out of my mouth to the point where once I'm done speaking, you could repeat what I said. Okay?
Okay.
You falsified the moral principle. It's always wrong to kill innocent human beings that are alive by identifying that brain dead patients are innocent, brain dead patients are human beings, and brain dead patients are alive, yet it is not wrong to kill a brain dead patient.
I would say there is a instance of suffering that goes into this that I think that we haven't taken into consideration.
Can you repeat what I just said?
Sure, but you didn't hear what I just said.
Repeat what I just said.
Yeah, you think because they're innocent, they're human, that they're alive, and then I'm putting both equal to the fetus and the other one.
No! No, that's not what I said, Dan! I'm done with you. You are simply too unintelligent to even have this dialogue. Oh my fucking God. Nothing grinds my gears more than a really dumb person. Which is why I do what I do. Like, admittedly, if, like, stupid people being wrong didn't, like, upset me, then I probably, like, you know, wouldn't spend 4 hours on live doing these debates. I'm gonna fucking cry. That was so insufferable. Oh my God. That traumatized me. How do I even continue to live life normally after that? Just kidding. But like, holy hell. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Liv, do you support Trump? No, Liv's not here. That's fine. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Folks, I may just have to stop debating abortion with stupid guys. Because you guys, if you were watching the stream last night, you saw me similarly lose my shit in like a way that you never see me lose my shit. Like in the last 6 months, I've only extraordinarily lost my temper while debating really stupid MAGA men who are pro-life. Do you support Trump?
So, wait, don't kick me.
Child. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Rainbow, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, what about the kids that are abused because their mothers couldn't get an abortion? Isn't it better to not be born than to be abused? My aunt was great before Roe v. Wade. She couldn't get an abortion and then abused that kid. Rainbow, I appreciate you for the $20. I think that's just like another explanation of why like abortion's a good thing in many scenarios. Yeah, it's a good thing because not only is it not wrong to do, but also because it like prevents like unwanted children from being raised in unready households, which leads to like abuse, neglect, and like about a billion other things. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
I was born...
Obviously lying. Faith, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, thank you so much for what you do, Dean. I had a hard convo with a family member and I was so angry with her. I wish I had your patience. Love you. So you sent that in like 30 minutes ago before I lost my patience. We all have our limits. I appreciate you so much for the $20. That is very kind of you. Stickler with the $10, who says, if you don't want a woman to have an abortion, then why doesn't MAGA people choose to have a mandatory vasectomy, right? Yeah, if men had mandatory vasectomies, there'd be 0 abortions. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Okay, Evan left. Jeff, thank you for the $5. Coral, thank you for the $20. He says, if guys like that last guest could get pregnant, this wouldn't be an issue. Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you so very much for the $20. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much, Coral. Let's get to it at Coral W. Same thing to you. Mary with the $20 as well, who says, which life is more important, the living, breathing, pregnant woman or the dependent fetus that can't exist without her? Clearly, like the living, breathing, pregnant woman, 110%, Mary. Clover K, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Who says abortions save lives? That's that. Thousands, and I mean thousands of children in the U.S. end up in foster care. Most of them do not have a good quality of life. It's not fair to the woman either. Absolutely. And Harvey, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. That is insane. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support, Harvey. You are the GOAT. Let's get 1,000 Harvey W's down below. That is beyond kind of you, and I'm so very grateful for you. Please show some love to Harvey down below. Harvey with 100 Canadian dollars says, for therapy to deal with these idiotic men. Bro, honestly, I should probably start going to therapy, Harvey, or like just find a way to like avoid those idiotic men, knowing that like inevitably I won't be able to like control my temper around them, just for like my personal mental health. But I do really appreciate you for the $100. Please show some love to Harvey down below. Welcome in, Nate. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'll be 28 this Tuesday.
All right, man. Sounds good. What year are you born in?
6/9/98.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, happy early birthday. Here, let me thank a couple more people, Nate, and then I'll pass you that mic. Sarah, thank you for the $5, who says it's painful to listen to these people talk about abortion. Oh, I fucking know. It's insane. Quite frankly, thank you for the $10, who says thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you so much for that love, quite frankly. I do appreciate you as always. Amy, thank you for the $15, who says if I'm ever brain dead as a dum-dum arguing abortion, please pull the plug. Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you for the $15. Let's get 150 ABWs. Then another Amy, thank you for the $20, who says you cannot be forced to donate blood, marrow, or organs, even though thousands die every single year in the waiting list. Your organs cannot be used after your death without your explicit written consent. Denying women the right to access abortion means that we have less bodily autonomy than a corpse. Oh my goodness. You worded that so very well. Thank you so much for the $20. Same thing to Nikki. Thank you so much, Nikki, for the $20. And Joseph, thank you for the $25. Show some love to Nikki and Joseph in that chat. Nikki with the 20 says, hey, it's Nikki. Cut off the MAGA parents recently. I asked them to go to therapy for abusing me during my childhood, and they'd rather police my tone when I finally spoke my mind. from 2 states away. Thank you for the confidence. I'm so sorry to hear that you're dealing with some pretty shitty parents, Nikki, but good for you for distancing yourself from them. Thank you for the $20. And then Joseph with the 25 says, to help you conserve your oxygen, you're out of worthy MAGA debaters. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I honestly should have just kicked that last guy from the get-go. Brianna, thank you so much for the $4, who says that guy was dumb, so true. Alyssa, thank you for the $50. Oh my God. Yo, let's get 500 Alyssa W's in that chat. That is ELYSSA. Alyssa with the $50 says, this is to cancel out my idiot alpha bro brother who spews the same shit as every single person you logically disseminate every single day. Keep it up. Maybe one day they'll realize what idiots they are. Alyssa, honestly, I would love to debate your brother. Thank you for the $50. Seriously, and I appreciate you for being here, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the stream. Hey, thank you for the 5. Paisley, thank you for the $8. I appreciate you. Paisley says, I appreciate you for what you do. Well, thank you. I think that we have a couple more people to thank over on PayPal. I'm going to get around to you guys in just one moment. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and just pass the mic to the guests right now. Well, actually, there's only like 4 of y'all, so I'll just do that real quick now. Angel, thank you for the $15. It says you're an amazingly well-educated and intelligent young man. Thank you so much, Angel. Let's get 100 Angel W's. Layla, thank you for the $25. Layla didn't attach a message, just sent the love. You know you're the GOAT. Appreciate you so much for the $25. Huge shout out to Layla. And Madeline, thank you for the $10, who says Pinhead indeed so true. And then Brianna and Savannah, I appreciate you guys for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're all caught up. Let's hop into that next debate. If you want to support me, get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. At the top of the phone screen and in the pinned comment on the other place. Go ahead and take it away, Nate. Thanks for your patience. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, do you think it's going to be JD or Kamala in 2028?
I mean, I would think that the Democrat would win. I just don't know if the nomination will be Harris.
You think a guy or a woman?
What's that, Nate?
Guy or woman? JD or...
Oh, who would I take? I'd take Kamala Harris. Have a good rest of your day, Nate. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. We got John Miller connecting. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? John?
Hello?
Hi, John.
We are Charlie.
Oh, she couldn't even wind it up. Who was that? I don't know. I don't think that was Mar. But they were hitting that shit. Could have been her. I don't know. Banned. Dude, I gotta start banning Mar. Boo, Elmar. Boo. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, they're not here. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter. We got Chance loading up in. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Tina, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. Okay, Chance is leaving. We're gonna get that next guest, MAGA Warriors, connected. Wow, MAGA Warriors. What an account.
You're such a kitty bastard! I love...
I've been wondering where that guy's at. W Fetus, moving on to the next guest. What a wild little guy. he's been doing that for a long time. Been wondering where he's been at the last couple months. Screaming Fetus. Good to see a Screaming Fetus. Let's go to get the next guest, Gabe, connected to the live stream. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Hey, welcome in. Okay, so you are a Trump supporter. Oh, they left. All right. They either like shit or like burped on cam. So I mean, I just knew by default that they were definitely a Trump supporter, but unfortunately they left. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now, folks. Hey, do you support Trump?
I've got 2 questions.
I'm sorry, I'm kicking you because you're a Brit. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, we got Pale Nio loading up into the box. Nio? I don't know. I'm probably butchering their name. Hey, Gabrielle, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, you, Parker, and all of your young contemporaries bring hope. Oh, well, I appreciate you. Thank you, Gabrielle. Show some love to Gabrielle in that chat. Thank you so much. Looking for that next guest, folks. Looking for that next guest right now. We're trying our best.
Yo, what's up, Dean?
Hey, do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, embarrassing. Why?
Well, I'm actually up here because you're all wrong about your abortion stance.
Okay.
Brain dead is legally dead, so you can't kill a dead body.
Yeah,
There's no such thing as murdering a dead body.
Do you agree that brain dead patients are legally dead, but they're not biologically dead?
They're legally dead.
Yes.
No,
you were right.
If they didn't have a machine Would they be alive?
They would not be alive. If you didn't have oxygen,
No.
would you be alive?
I don't have a machine pumping oxygen in my body.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
but if
not
you didn't have
legally
oxygen,
dead.
point blank, period, would you be alive?
Would you be alive? Would anyone be alive if they didn't have oxygen?
They wouldn't, and that's why it's a dumb argument to say that brain dead patients are dead, because if they didn't have
They're
life
dead.
support,
They're
then they would be
legally dead.
I've already
By
agreed
law,
with you.
They are dead.
I've already agreed with you that by law they're dead. That's absolutely true. The reason why by law that they're dead.
So can you murder
is
a dead
because-
body?
I'm going to go ahead and continue to speak. I already agreed with you that it is absolutely true that by law they're dead, because what the law recognizes is that there's no significant moral difference between brain dead patients and dead bodies. So then they just legally classify them as dead. But on a biological level, that is different than legality. They do experience biological life.
No.
Yes, that's what the point of life support is.
Their heart's not pumping. It's being pumped.
Exactly. So it is
They're not
pumping.
alive. They're not alive. They're dead. Their
Well-
heart is not pumping. It needs
Well, it is.
something to pump it.
Well, that's a contradiction. You can't say that the heart's not pumping, but it's being pumped by something artificial.
Can you tell me what's pumping your heart right now?
Yeah, like a system of like natural biological processes. That's what's pumping my
Okay, so is a machine plugged into you natural process?
No, it's not.
Does a baby have a machine plugged into it?
Well, I mean, they can in some scenarios, but not all scenarios. Absolutely.
Sure. So if you want to cut the lungs off of the mother, yeah, go ahead. Cut the lungs off the mother, and then the
I'm
baby
not really
will die.
tracking anything that this idiot's saying.
Yeah, because you're a moron. You don't understand the simple
Okay.
concept that you can't murder a dead body.
Okay. Well, once again, I understand that your argument is that brain dead patients are dead because they're legally considered as being dead. But even though they're legally considered as being
Okay,
dead,
here,
that
let
doesn't
me
negate the
put
fact-
it
So
this
you're
way.
interrupting me. You're
Let me
interrupting
put it this
sir.
way. If the
Sir,
doctor said,
Sir, you're interrupting me.
Here, look,
Frankly,
look,
you're
Dean,
interrupting
Dean.
me. How do you think
Dean,
we're going to be
look.
able to have a productive conversation in the slightest if you won't even let me get 4 words out?
all right, go ahead.
Yeah, good boy. Thank you. All right. So I understand you're trying to tell me that, like, A, the brain dead patient is dead because it's legally considered dead. I've already repeated this 4 times, and you're just not hearing it, so I want you to listen closely. I understand it's legally considered dead. The reason is because there's no morally significant difference between a brain dead patient and a dead body. But on a biological level, it's certainly not dead. But then your response to that is to say, well, the reason why it's not dead on a biological level is because of the artificial life support. True, right? That's not negating that it's biologically alive. It's explaining how and why it's biologically alive.
But I don't understand how you could say it's the same as a child or a fetus.
Well, the argument is not that brain dead patients are the same as fetuses, but rather that both brain dead patients and fetuses are humans that are biologically alive. But I'm not going to go through this again. I'm not going to let y'all like mentally torment me for another hour.
Look.
I want you to tell me why you support Trump as president.
I support Trump because he wants to save these babies that apparently you don't care that are alive or dead.
Okay.
Now,
so
if the
would you
doctor
support
came
Trump
up-
if his policy
Here, look,
led to an
look.
increase in abortions?
If the doctor came in and said, "Hey, this person is brain dead," but if you wait 24 weeks,
Do you think that
they'll
Trump
be
is good for the
perfectly
economy?
Fine, right?
Is Trump
If you
good
wait
for the
24
economy?
weeks, they'll be perfectly fine.
Is Trump good
Would
for the
you
economy?
Still pull the plug?
Is Trump good for the economy?
If the doctor said in 24 weeks the brain patient would be perfectly fine, would you still pull the plug?
If I answer your question, will you answer mine? And I'll answer yours first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So no, in that circumstance, it'd be wrong because then that brain dead patient would be brain dead. They'd be in a coma.
So
And I
what's
think that
going to
coma
happen
patients are
24
valuable.
months with the fetus?
Well, they're going to be a person like you or I. But I think that the mind only starts to emerge at
So
around
you
20 to
admit-
24 weeks.
You admit that it's completely different and it's completely wrong to end the life of the fetus because it will be a life.
Okay. Well, you
It
made 2
will
claims
be
there.
important.
So your
It
first
will
claim,
have consciousness.
So your first claim is that the difference between a brain dead patient and a fetus is that the fetus will be conscious in the future, the brain dead patient won't. I agree, that's a difference. But that's not a difference that's relevant to the argument that it's wrong to murder a fetus because they're a human that's alive, right? That would be a difference that's relevant to the argument that it's wrong to kill a fetus because they have a future like ours. That's why you will only hear me bring up the brain dead patient analogy when people give me the argument that it's wrong to kill a fetus because they're human and alive. And you will not hear me bring up the brain dead patient analogy when you give me the argument that it's wrong to kill a fetus because there'll be a person like you or I in the future. So that's me unpacking your first point. Your second point was, therefore, Dean, you admit that it's wrong to kill a fetus because they will have consciousness in the future. No, not at all. Because once again, I value people with minds. Now, a good way to understand that would be a conjunction between past or present and future subjective experiences, a continuity of experience. Now, fetuses don't possess this continuity of experience until sentience begins to emerge at around 20 through 24 weeks. Okay, you asked me your question. I gave you my response. You tried to misrepresent my response. Then I unpacked your misrepresentation. Now it's time for you to answer my question. Do you think that Donald Trump is good for the economy?
I think he's good for fetuses.
Okay, but do you think that he's good for the economy?
I think he's good for fetuses.
But that's not the question that I asked you.
I'm telling you why I support Trump.
Okay. Can you answer my question?
I'm telling you, your question is, how do you still support Trump? I support
No,
Trump because
my question
he's
is,
good for fetuses.
do you think that Donald Trump is good for the economy?
I don't care about that.
Okay,
that's not
that's
why
fine.
I voted for Trump.
But saying that you don't care if he's good for the
Trump
economy
because he's saving
is not
fetuses.
telling me if you think he's good for the economy. So do you think that Donald Trump is good for the economy?
I don't think any politicians are good for the economy.
Okay, so Donald Trump is bad for the economy. Let's go ahead and go on to the next question. Do you think that Donald Trump has good foreign policy?
I think he has as good foreign policy as any president that we've ever had.
Okay, so Biden started a needless war of choice in Iran that killed 160 girls?
I didn't say that did I say he had the identical foreign
You said
policy
just as good as. But like clearly,
Yep,
right,
exactly.
Biden's foreign policy was better, right? Because he didn't start
How
a
many
needless war of choice
innocent people were
overseas.
killed under Barack Obama?
I'm sure a lot.
We're
Because of the
talking
war
about a
crimes in
two-term
Afghanistan,
president,
the
not a
war in the Middle,
one-term
the
bum.
war in the Middle East.
No, let's not talk about a one-term bum.
Okay,
Let's
so
talk
just
about
to
at
clarify,
least
that
a
the
two-term.
one-term bum had a slightly better foreign policy than Trump, right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, could you give me an argument for that?
Huh?
Could you give me an argument for that?
Yeah, that it was equally as good.
Okay, give me an argument for that.
What do you mean? That's my argument. They're equal.
No, that's the claim. The claim is that they're equal. I want to know the reasons why you believe they're equal. Give a reason why that claim is true.
Because they're just both as bad as
Okay,
each
but
other.
that's a circular argument. You're saying they're equal because they're equal. Okay, well that's not giving me or giving us any explanatory like power insofar as why you think they're equal. So I'm asking you for the
Look,
explanatory
Joe Biden
power
loved
insofar as
Israel.
why you think that they're
He
equal.
gave Israel tons of money, right?
Yeah,
You love,
right.
Do you support that?
No, I don't.
Do you support Joe Biden giving money to Israel?
No, I don't. But what we'd say is that Joe Biden gave
So there
some
you
money
go.
to
So
Israel.
we admit that they're both equally as bad. Thank you.
No, that doesn't
Thank
yield the
you for
conclusion that they're
conceding,
equally
Dean.
as bad.
It was such an easy debate.
Well, thank you so much for giving me a terrible argument because that doesn't entail the conclusion that they're equally as bad. Like, for instance, I think that it's like bad to rob. I also think that it's bad to murder. But if person one were to rob and person two were to murder, you'd say that they both did something bad, but person two did something worse. So I do think it was bad for Biden to support the state of Israel. I do think that it was bad for Biden to give money to the state of Israel. I do think it was bad for Biden to not enter allyship with Israel. I do think it was bad for the Biden-Harris administration to not speak out about their genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Okay, but I also think that Donald Trump has done all of that to a higher degree and started a needless war of choice in Iran. Making Trump worse.
Donald Trump ended the Palestinian war. What are you talking about?
No, absolutely not. Still happening today.
I totally agree. That
Are
Joe
Israelis
Biden was
illegally occupying the West Bank?
Was
Is the
start of
IDF committing war crimes and leveling the
genocide?
southern
So
border
Joe
of Lebanon?
Biden started a genocide, and Donald Trump ended it.
Okay, so defend your claim.
So
is it true
tell
or
me-
false
tell me
that
how
the IDF is still
Joe Biden
illegally
is
annexing the
worse
West
or
Bank
better?
and committing war crimes by leveling the southern border of Lebanon?
Look, I'm not Israeli, dude. What do you want me to say about that?
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, that's fine. So the reason why you're claiming that Donald Trump ended Israel's onslaught is because you are ignorant to the fact that the onslaught is still going. So I'll happily give you resources
Lebanon,
for
is
that.
it pa- is
I
Lebanon in
would like.
Palestine?
Is it a part of their onslaught? It absolutely is.
Is that-
So what
I'm
I would
sorry, I
like,
didn't know
what
that.
I would like you to research would be Israel's continued and perpetual onslaught of Palestinians and the illegal annexation of the West Bank, the continued onslaught and illegal annexation of Gaza, and now the continued onslaught and the illegal annexation of the southern border of Lebanon. All right, that's like, of course, the information that you need to know in order to understand why your point is false. He ran away. Buddy, why did you run? Aw, you got scared. Oh, never mind, he's back. Go ahead and continue to make false pre-assumptions and vindicative statements, misrepresenting my words, and I'll continue to set your ass down. It's fun. Go ahead.
I don't know what you're talking about. You got fucking shit on, dude.
Okay, that's false.
Like,
just because
Joe
you say something
Biden
doesn't make it
started
true.
the fucking. He was all about the genocide. It was Genocide Joe, baby.
Yeah.
That
Do you know what
started
the
the
Nakba
fucking
is?
genocide in fucking Gaza.
Do you know what the Nakba is?
Was it Genocide Joe?
Do you know what the Nakba is?
Is that his name?
Hey, can you answer
Is
my
his
question? Do you
name
know
Genocide Joe?
why are you dodging my question? Do you know what the
why do we
Nakba?
call
Why are you
him
dodging my
Genocide
question?
Joe?
This is so embarrassing for you.
We're
Do you
talking
know who the
about
Nakba? Do you know what the
foreign
Nakba
policy.
is?
I want to know why.
Hey, sir, I asked you a question. Do you know what the Nakba
Why is he called Genocide Joe?
Why are you running from my question? Oh, listen. Let me
I
be
didn't hear
clear.
your question.
Let me be clear. I'm only going to ask this question one more time, right? Because for the last 2 hours of my life, for the last 2 hours of the stream, I've been dealing with shitty little men like you. So either answer the question or run away. Do you know what the Nakba is?
No, inform me.
Obviously, you don't know what the Nakba is. Listen, and that's why you said that Joe started it. No, this has been going on forever. The illegal annexation of Palestine at behest of Israel is not new. I mean, the Nakba, this was in the middle of the 20th century when Israel had ethnically cleansed 650,000 Palestinians.
When was this?
It was in the middle of the 20th century, either in the 40s,
When?
50s, or 60s. I think it was in the 40s. I think it was late 40s. Like 1948.
Before World War II?
It was 1948.
Okay, the 48. So just after just as they came into Israel?
Yeah, they like ethnically cleansed and pushed all the Palestinians out of their land.
Out of their land? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought wasn't Britain involved at all anywhere around there?
They just
Didn't
pushed
Britain
the
have a say?
Palestinians. Regardless of what you
who was
think
running-
of Britain,
who was running
or the
area?
authority to do
Who was
so,
in control of
they
the area?
did
I'm just-
push
I'm just asking.
650,000
I'm just
Palestinians
asking
out of
who
their
was
homes.
who was in control of that area?
The people who lived in that area.
No. Who?
Yes. I'm
So
telling
Britain-
you, the people
Britain
who
didn't
lived
have
in that
control of
area.
the territory.
I'm telling you, the people who have control of that
Britain have
area would be
control
the
of the
people.
territory?
The people who live there had control of the territory.
Did Britain have control of the territory?
You're saying Britain. Did Britain live there? I'm saying that only people have a right to self-determination.
Who gave the Jews the right to move to
Oh my
Israel?
goodness. Oh my! I don't think that you're tracking what I'm saying.
I'm
going
just
to go ahead and try to
curious.
answer the question again.
How did they get to
like,
Israel?
Like all people, like all human people, the Palestinians living in Gaza, living in the West Bank, okay, have a right to self-determination. And infringing on that right to self-determination by pushing people out of their homes is immoral.
So who gave the Israelis the right to go there?
Britain.
Britain. So
Right.
Britain was in control of the territory.
They seized control of the land and pushed the Palestinians out.
Okay, so you admit that Britain was in control. They
Yeah,
had
they seized
all
control and pushed them
of
out.
Israel.
And this isn't an authoritative sense of control, i.e., they have the will to do what they want, regardless of any moral implication, but rather a descriptive sense of control, that they seize the mechanism of power and push the people living there out of their areas, out of the area.
As far as I know, they were accepted when they first moved there. It wasn't until the Palestinians started attacking them.
Okay, so you think that 650,000 Palestinians attacked the Jewish people?
I mean, are you saying different?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty insane to posit that these newborns were like attacking Jewish people, yeah.
Newborns? What?
Of course, a part of like the 650,000 Palestinians that were pushed out of the area included newborns, included Palestinians, and I think it's funny that
you
you're
saying
saying all
Jewish
this
people don't
because
have babies?
weren't you just what? When the fuck did I say that? Weren't you just
I don't know,
calling
you're
what's
talking
happening in
about newborn
Palestine today a
Palestinians
genocide?
for some reason.
Weren't you just calling what's happening in Palestine today a genocide?
What's that?
Weren't you just calling
No,
what's
you
happening?
called it a genocide. I
No,
agreed
you
with
called
you,
it a genocide.
right? I just agreed with you. You
Okay,
called
so
it a genocide.
so you agree?
I
So you're-
agree that
so-
you
so-
believe it's
so
a
you're
genocide.
anti-
Yes.
No,
I
no, you-
absolutely agree you believe it's a genocide.
No, you said that you think it's a genocide because you said, and I
Did you
quote,
ever
Biden
use
started
phrase
the genocide.
Joe? I'm just curious. Did you ever say genocide, Joe? At least
Personally,
once
it
in your
wasn't a
life?
phrase that I've ever used. Okay.
You've never used it. You've
Personally,
never
no.
uttered the words.
Okay. So do
Gotcha.
you remember when
I
you
just
said
wanna
that
make sure.
Biden started the genocide?
Genocide Joe, right? That was the nickname that.
Okay.
the
So you
liberals
agree
gave
that
him.
what Israel was doing in Palestine was a genocide?
I agree that the liberals said that what he's doing.
Oh,
in
okay. So then why did you say it?
Palestine
Are
was
you a liberal?
genocide caused by
So
Joe
are
Biden.
you a liberal?
I'm just saying. this
Oh,
is
so
what
you were
your
being bad
side
faith.
believes.
So you were being
Your
bad
side
faith.
believes
Right, exactly.
that Joe-
I'm sorry. If it was a different day, I'd be down to continue that incredibly bad faith dialogue. But because it's already been 2 hours of that bad faith dialogue, we're gonna move on to the next guest. I caught him with his pants down.
Are you a
and
tung
now we're
tung
gonna kick
sahur
him.
acceleration?
We're gonna go and kick the fetus as well. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you're a MAGA. Caught him with his pants down. We're gonna kick him. It's already been 2 hours of like very bad faith, man. We're gonna get that next guest, Jay Money, connected to the live. Hi, do you support Trump?
Used to.
Okay, you don't anymore. That's great. Moving on to the next guest, Feisty. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says how many kids has a caller foster or has adopted? 0. What has he done productive with his life? Nothing. Thank you for the $10. Sab, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says someone on here have that Reddit / TF2 accent like him, and those people genuinely provide nothing as per usual. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Oh my goodness. Thank you, She. Show some love to She down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Please show some love to She down below. That is very, very kind of you. She with the $50 says, I made a coworker who was pro-life, watched the first 2 Alien movies after we had a debate about abortion, changed his mind really quick when men could get forcefully impregnated. And that's the way that it goes in a lot of scenarios. And in fact, we discover that all the time in these debates. Thank you so very much for the $50, She. I want to see you 500 She W's down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean has no morals. He's a piece of shit grifter. He doesn't know anything at all. He doesn't know jack shit. All he does is get paid for everything he does, but sits on his booty cheeks all day. He does not care about America, or else he would donate to charities.
Wow, Rebecca. I think that we just found the first and only redeemable quality about your entire existence. You're actually a pretty good singer.
But it's true, though.
Okay.
It's true. You're all those things.
So give an argument for that. What's the argument that I'm a grifter?
You literally take donations. You're like,
I do take
thank you for the $50. Thank you for like, no one cares. Only your toxic cultish fan base, all they do is waste their money on you. I could literally get like 10 boxes of crumble cookies with that money. Like literally, I would if I were to be like employed, and I admit that I am not employed, but literally I can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, laugh your booty cheeks off because you're actually unemployed because you rely on social media. Anyways, like I said, you rely on social media money when you could be making money on your own.
Okay, so this is actually an example of me making money on my own. Call me crazy.
No, it's not. It's literally people are giving you money. You're not
Right.
making it on your own.
So you
Typically,
so
on
you
your
understand
feet in your hands,
so
like
you
a
understand,
hardworking man that you could
like
be.
all other ways of making money also and necessarily includes other people giving you their money. That's in fact the only way to make money.
That's all you ever do is make money off of here. You don't make money doing hard work as a man.
Wow, that's
Makes me
interesting.
think. It
Rebecca.
makes me think you're a woman. To be honest.
Okay. I'm so confused for like a billion different reasons. So like not only do we have like the surface level nonsense of like the whole Dean, you're a grifter because you make money off the internet. Okay,
Yes,
clearly
you
indicating your jealousy. But the second level, the second layer that we
what's
have
the
to
proof
unpack
of
here.
my jealousy?
Well, moment. Oh, this. Then the second layer that we have to unpack here is like you saying that it's not hard work. Listen, I agree that there's other jobs out there that are much harder than this, but I absolutely do think that this job is hard sometimes. Okay, like
It's
let me
not a
let me
job.
let me let me
It's
like
not
get
a
the
job.
record straight. All right, talking to people like you is pretty fucking hard. All right, because y'all are damn near impossible. Then the last thing I'll say is you made like some insinuation that because my work isn't hard,
It's
therefore
not.
I'm a woman. Internalized misogyny. Wow.
You
But
literally actually chose.
assuming that my work was easy, okay, then wouldn't make me a grifter.
It completely makes you.
Michael, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love, Michael. Let's get 200. Michael W's in that chat. Michael with the $200 says, I think that the quote-unquote singing troll cracked up because even she knows she's tone deaf, pitiful, and genuinely sad. So true, Michael. Thank you for the $20.
Tone deaf, but my ears
Joseph,
are
thank you
very,
so much for
very
the $15
unclogged.
over on Venmo. Says, please fix the spelling of Q in your rules. I've seen a bunch of people say that. I'll have to fix that. Thank you so much, Joseph. Show
You
some love to Michael and
literally
Joseph.
would end the life
Ashley,
of a
thank you so
brain
much for the
dead.
$25 over on Venmo. Says,
That's what you
did that guy
literally
really
just
call
said,
Biden a
like,
one-term
moments
bum?
ago.
That would mean that Trump lost to a bum, had a worse economy than a bum, and has a lower approval
Dean,
rating than
you
a
are
bum.
so
So
eugenic.
fucking true, Ashley. Let's get 250 Ashley W's down below in that chat. Thank you, Ashley, Joseph, and Michael. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Cheyenne, thank you for the $3. Aaron, thank you for the $10. Zachary, thank you for the $5. Dylan, thank you for the $10, who says, just want to tell you that I'm proud of you, brother. Thank you so much for that love and support. Chris with the $4 and the 20 cents. Elliot with a 1 penny. And then Paisley, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate you guys over on PayPal. Thank you, Gino, for the $24. Oh my God. Who says, crazy that last dude had a GI robot PFP and is still a right winger. Lamau, keep up the good work. Thank you so much for that love and support, Gino.
see,
You were
this is why
awesome.
a lot of people
Thank you
leave
so
your
much.
fucking live
And then
streams
Marianne,
'cause
thank
you
you for the
take so
$14 who
fucking
says,
long
I totally share your
to sit
frustration
down
with these
in your
student
booty
idiots
cheeks and
who
literally
can't
call out names.
understand the nuances of the abortion debate. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for sharing that with me, Marianne. I'm happy to know that that anger is at least not unique and that other people have it too. It makes me feel a little bit better. Don't know why. Carissa, thank you for the $10 who says, appreciate everything that you do. Your streams make my day. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you so much, Carissa. Ryan, thank you for the $5. John and Karina, thank you for the $5. Savannah, thank you so much for the $7. And Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, here, have some of my hard-earned money. I appreciate you.
Are
Oh,
you
go ahead.
done sitting on your booty cheeks calling names? Are you done?
Well, no, I'm not. I mean, we also have Joseph over on Venmo who sent in a $24 donation. Who says, for helping show the world that Rebecca does indeed have just one redeemable quality. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for the $24. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Jessica, thank you for the $20. Who says, I work in a freezer and stand on concrete for 8+ hours, and I'd rather do that than talk to these people. Good job for your hard work.
That's a real job. This is a real job.
Thank you so much for the $20,
This
Jessica.
is not a real job.
Kim, thank you for the $5.
Get a real job like a man.
Okay,
a real
so
man.
here's my question. It's not a real job because I sit on my ass all day.
It's not a real job. Nope.
Do IT professionals and coders have real jobs?
I mean, if you're literally sitting on a computer making money, that's fine. Like doing work from home, that's okay. Like if you're sick or whatever.
Well,
or take
isn't
the
that just them
absence of
sitting
leave,
on their
like,
asses
that's
all day?
fine, but like you're literally sitting on your booty cheeks, arguing with people every single fucking day.
Okay,
That you
so
choose to do.
So like really like I don't know. Let's just say, what's a good example? Customer service reps with attitude issues don't have real jobs because they sit on their asses and argue with people all day.
That could be a job. That could be a job.
Even though they're sitting on their ass and arguing with people all day.
Could be.
Okay, so sitting on your ass and arguing with people all day is a real job, right?
Could be. It could be,
okay.
but not the way you do it. Nope.
Okay, why is that?
You're
How
just
about this?
literally happily grifting. You're just like, oh,
How
well,
about
people
this?
are giving me like $50, $60 every single fucking day, so I'm just gonna take
You're
it.
just, wow, really jealous. Define the word
Where's
job.
the receipts of my jealousy?
Yeah,
Where's
once
the
again,
receipts?
this conversation. Give
And
me
it's not
a
my tone of voice. It is not my reaction.
Keo, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for the real job. And Ashley, thank you for the
Interrupting a woman.
$20.
How
Show some love to
misogynistic,
Ashley
bro.
down below. And Evan, thank you for the $10. Ashley with the 20 says, somebody should tell Rebecca that the only people willing to talk to her are people who get paid to do it. Nobody's doing that shit for free. So true. Oh my God. Evan with the $10 who says, you should make a bingo card for these lives. A spot for circle reasoning. A spot for ad hominems. A spot for people calling you a grifter, etc. It would be fun. Oh, dude, so true, Evan. That's a really
It's
good
the
idea.
fact that you have to defend yourself every gosh damn.
Well, I'm just
fucking
simply
live
asking you a
stream
question. Can you
that
please
makes
define the
look
word
like a
job?
grifter and sound like a grifter.
Okay, cute. Can you define the word job?
A job is it's not a 9 to 5, definitely not. That's way too short. But most shifts could be like a 12-hour shift.
Okay, I'm asking you just for a definition
It's literally
for the word
working
job.
your ass off, working your booty
So
cheeks off every
working
single day.
your ass off every single day. So if you only work 5 days a week, then you don't have a job.
If you're doing what you're doing, no, it's not a job. No.
Okay, so then refine your
Streaming
definition
is not a
of the
job.
word.
No.
Then refine your definition of the word job.
Getting up every single fucking day.
Okay, waking up.
Yes.
Then what do you do after you wake up?
And then going and actually physically clocking in. And
Okay,
if you're a
physically
leave of absence,
clocking
that's
in.
understandable. Like
So
if
if
you got
you're
injured,
like
whatever.
a business owner or somebody on a salary and you don't physically clock in, then you don't have a real job.
that's not. Mm-mm.
Okay, so entrepreneurs don't have real jobs. So like for instance, Trump has never had a real job.
But why is this? Why you are? This is the thing. You're so fucking obsessed with why don't you go and debate Trump? Why don't you go and actually tell
Thomas,
all
thank
the
you for the
things-
$20 over on Super Chat.
all the
He
things
says, Rebecca,
to
get a
Trump.
life. You're a drain on society and a stalker. Damn, Thomas. Let's get to it. Or Thomas W's.
period.
Thick
Period
Fraud,
as
thank you
fuck
for the
on that.
$10. She says, all I hear are nails on a chalkboard and a fork scraping the plate when she
That's
talks.
Dean's
Holy
voice. How is
shit.
that my voice?
Thank
My
you,
voice
Jordan,
is
for the
so
$20. Who
soothing.
says, I think that she's jealous. So true. Thank you for the $20. Can you thank
Okay,
Jordan
if
for the
it's a
$20
Dean Withers,
dono?
If it's so fucking true.
Hey,
that
can
I'm
you
so jealous,
can
where's
you
your
thank
claim?
Jordan for the $25 donation? If you're not jealous, you'd thank Jordan. Do it. Thank Jordan for sending me $20. If you're truly not jealous, you do it.
No, fuck Jordan. Why would I get on my knees for Dean Withers and beg and plead and say I'm not jealous? No.
Yo, bro, you okay?
I'm fine. I am completely okay. You're literally begging me.
What the fuck is this person's issue, bruh? Holy fuck.
Because
Hey,
I fucking
Olivia,
hate
thank you
the
for
worst person on this earth, bro.
I'm the worst person on this earth?
Worse than fucking Parker and Harry and Chris, bro.
Oh, do I make you cry? Is that what you're saying? I make you cry.
No, you make my blood
Okay.
boil so much.
You know,
so fucking much. Anytime someone
so
mentions you,
I know
my
some-
hands
so you
shake,
said-
my hands tremble, and it makes me
Oh.
just want to. Literally.
Okay. So I know something that could help with that. Would you like to know what it is?
I literally know what you're gonna say, and you're gonna say it's therapy.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say therapist for sure. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. We're just gonna kick her. Oh, dude, what the hell is Sarah? Man, she was nuts. All right, moving on. It sounds like she already knows the solution to her issues too, and she just doesn't do it. Harley, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, this is for everything that you're doing to fight rape culture. I respect you a lot. More young men need to be like you. Good luck. Oh, thank you so much, Harley. 200 Harley W's in that chat where we're looking for the next guest. That is very, 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 very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Amy, thank you for the $10 who says, I do not understand people calling you a grifter while supporting the biggest grifter in history. It's because they're dumb hypocrites. On God. Mackenzie, thank you for the $2. Victoria, thank you so much for the 25. donation on Venmo. Victoria, you know why. I'm going to have to keep that message to myself, but just know that I appreciate you, all right? 250 Victoria W's. And Emily with the $10 who says, a fake job is arguing with people all day? Huh? But that's corporate work every day. At least Dean argues about what directly affects people's lives and not some bullshit ROI numbers. On God. Yeah, those board meetings are just people arguing all day. Hey, do you support Trump, Wiley?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you,
To an
Wiley?
extent. I'm 18.
What year were you born in, Wiley?
2008.
What month, Wiley?
February.
Okay. Let me thank a couple more people and I'll pass the mic to you. In the meantime, you should try to fix that echo. Maybe turn down your volume a little bit, take your phone case off. It'll help. Charles, thank you for the $5 who says, keep it up. Thank you, Charles. Ryan with the $5. Thank you. Then Amy with the $10 who says, I sit on my butt and play with children for work, therapist, and your job is 10 times harder than mine. I wouldn't say that, but at least kids can grow up and be better than the adults that you talk to. And I bet they will when they have you as a therapist. Thank you. Over on Super Chat, Blood Moon Knight, thank you for the $5 who says, Rebecca is yelling and she's very angry. Does this mean that she doesn't have a job? She actually said that she was unemployed, which made it so fucking much worse. So very embarrassing. Then Brenna, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat for the job. And then Light Blinded Fool with the $10 for the job as well. I appreciate you guys. Wiley, go to take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Well, I mean, there's only been like 2 presidents of my life, to be fair. But, I agree with like some of the things he does. Obviously, I don't believe the Iran was necessary at all. Like, I feel like he could have avoided that easily.
Are you 10 years old?
I swear, I'm enrolled to Radford. You know what it is?
I don't know.
I swear.
I don't know. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'm not going to trust it. I can't trust it. We got Colt loading in. I don't think that they were 10, but I don't think that they were an adult.
Dean, do you get pegged in the ass by your dad?
Wow. That guy's, quite weird. Let's go to get that next guest connected up to the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Okay, here we go. These people are pretty crazy. These people are pretty wild, man. Pretty wild indeed. Let's go to get that next guest, Kyle. Load it up into the box. Wowie. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place. And that's right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Very best way to ask a question or get a message across. Hey, do you support Trump, Kyle? Kyle!
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
But I'm 19.
Okay, for sure. And why do you support the worst president of your life?
I believe I just support him because that's what I grew up around, all the points given to me why he's a good president. But I have been watching your live the last couple of days, and you do have some good points. I'm thinking about switching over, but I don't know.
What are you still unconvinced about? Like, what's like one good reason that
It's just
you
the
think you have to
ideas,
support
like, I
Trump?
don't believe
That
in-
You don't think I've been able
I
to
don't
get a
believe
good
in
counterargument to?
abortion or-
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have too many points.
Listen, nobody's saying that you have to believe abortion is a good thing. We're just simply saying, like, you fundamentally believe and recognize individualistic liberties, rights, and freedoms, and be observant to the facts that a woman should be able to make that decision for themselves, even if you disagree with it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, but I don't know. I still just believe it's murder. I don't believe it's up to anybody to choose what to do with somebody else's life.
Do you believe that it's murder because of your religion?
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
Is that Christianity?
Yeah.
Okay. Should you do what Jesus would do?
Yeah.
Okay. Does Jesus see women getting abortions?
I'm not sure.
Well, considering the fact that Jesus is all-knowing, he would, right?
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
Does Jesus stop women from getting abortions?
No.
Okay. So if you should do what Jesus would do, and Jesus sees women getting abortions, yet doesn't stop women from getting abortions, then you should see women getting abortions and not want to stop women from getting abortions. Oh, Kyle left. Damn it, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. All right. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. This next guest is named Kyle Roberts. What a name. BitBoy, appreciate you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, your generation gives me hope the future won't be anything like what it is now because Idiocracy is supposed to be a movie, not a documentary. Thank you, BitBoy. I think that Idiocracy is prophetic. It's actually kind of insane. And Lord T, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Oh, man, you can't hit the high note. If you can't hit the high note, then don't even try. If you can't hit the high note, then don't even try. Amy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, on God, her cackle is annoying. If he bothers you so much, go away. Yeah, Rebecca should likely just swipe out of the stream. That'd probably be a good thing for her. If she's saying that, like, she starts shaking anytime anybody mentions my name, bruh, just block me, dude. I'm, like, scared of people like her. I get so radicalized. Malia, thank you for the motorcycle. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah, because the neo-libertarian front is neo.
That's a child. Moving on to the next guest. Who do we got? Who do we got? Quite frankly, who do we got? Who's next? So this person's name is Molly. I kind of think they're a troll.
When did you last shit, dude?
You know I fucking hate you, right? I actually hate that guy. He's my least favorite troll. He is my least favorite troll. I fucking hate him. I hate him. There's nothing haha funny or cool about it. You know, some of the other guests, some of the other like trolls and whatnot, they could be funny. Okay. You know, like Screaming Fetus, Pharmasim Kid, you know, like the singers and whatnot, like, okay, lighthearted. No, I hate that guy. And he keeps on doing it. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. We've had a conversation before. I just want to know if you support a woman's access to abortion when the sole reason is due to an impreferable genetic code, such as Down syndrome.
Well, ultimately, yes. I do support that woman's access to abortion, even if I disagree with her reasons for accessing the abortion. And this is because I think that we could make a distinction between the reasons for doing something and the outcome of doing something. Now listen, let's make this scenario a little worse than that. Because when I think of somebody aborting a fetus with Down syndrome, because they know at the end of the day that they're not going to be able to care for that child's intensive needs. So they're going to terminate the pregnancy before that child is valuable and could possibly be neglected. Like, I don't even think that's that wrong. Okay, I think it's a really complicated moral dilemma that we need to talk about, but I don't like have this like shocking like, oh fuck reaction. So let's make it worse. Let's say that there's a woman aborting a fetus because of their race. All right. Mm-hmm. Well, I would absolutely agree. The intention and reason for getting the abortion would be absolutely morally grotesque. But ultimately, they should still have the access to abortion because that fetus still does not have the right to life and she still does have her bodily autonomy. A good analogy would be a very racist, white supremacist firefighter. This man is a firefighter not because he wants to save everyone, but rather specifically because he wants to save white people. So he moved to an area that's 100% white, and every day he goes out there and saves white children from burning buildings because he's super racist and he wants the white race to be as large as possible. We would say the intentions for his firefighting are very bad. But like the literal action of saving the child from the fire, preventing their death, was that bad? Probably not. So the intentions of a woman who'd want to get an abortion because of the race of the fetus, very bad. But the material action of terminating the life of a fetus and evicting that from their uterus, is that bad? No.
Yeah, you and I very much disagree on that point. We've had a conversation about this in the past, and I know you've been debating abortion for the last 2 hours. So if you want to continue, I'm more than happy to continue that conversation. But that was really the main question I wanted to ask you. But
Are
I'm
you a
not
Trump
a Trump
supporter?
supporter, but we have. I'm not. We've talked about abortion before though, so it's like I said, if you I'm happy to continue that conversation, but I know it's been a long day
Listen,
of abortion debates.
I've been given airtime to a bunch of men. I'll give a little bit of airtime to a woman that's pro-life. I think that's only fair. Should rape victims be able to access abortion?
1 second. I'm gonna just step into a different room real quick. So I am a bit undecided on rape exception. I'm leaning towards yes, there should be an exception for that. Just a large part of that comes from my previous conversation with you, and two, just my own personal experiences in that regards. I've personally been a victim of rape, and I had a miscarriage as a result. And as a pro-life woman, that obviously was very morally conflicting in my mind. So I would say I think that rape would be an exception to, and another part of that too. I see it similar to being life of the mother being at risk, and a child, that it's a form of self-defense for the mother in that case, if that makes any sense. So, like an example, to clarify.
Okay,
I
so
believe
you hold the exception.
murder is done.
Is that
Yeah.
why is abortion murder?
Because it's the unjustified taking of a human life.
And why is it unjust?
Because well, I mean, it's I know we've had you've had this conversation about it being an innocent human. That's a big part of it. I believe that life begins at conception. And I don't think that, except for obviously in the case of rape, that in the vast majority of cases of abortion, it's the woman's choice that leads to that life. And I don't believe that a woman's choice, when you put yourself in that position and you know the consequences of your actions, I don't believe that that's a justified reason to take the life.
Okay, about the innocent human part. Let's assume that I have a frozen zygote. It's a human, it's alive. And this zygote, for whatever reason, is indefinitely frozen. It's a medical mystery. We can't unfreeze it. Would it be wrong to kill it?
I honestly, no. Just because if it's not going to be unfrozen, it has no future sense of self.
Okay. So
either.
it's not.
I guess that's another.
It's not the human life that you value. It's a future sense of self that you value.
That's a part. Yeah.
So
like,
why do you
earlier,
value a future sense of self?
So you were talking. I've heard you talk a few times about brain dead patients or patients in a coma. And
well, I mean,
Sure.
Instead of giving you the brain dead analogy, I just asked you about a frozen zygote. Listen, could you just answer the question? Why do you value a future sense of self, please?
Well, I mean, for example, you were once a zygote, and I'm a big fan of yours personally. Sure.
Why do you value a future sense of self?
It's future experiences. It is a human life. Like I said, it's an innocent human life. Yes, it's. I'll be honest. I don't really have a good answer as to why.
Okay.
That's not my strongest argument on this. Also, I'm really new to debating, so I do apologize. I'm kind of nervous, but
how about this?
Yeah, I
appreciate you for coming up. I'm gonna go to move on since you're not a Trump supporter. But once you have an argument for why you think that a future sense of self is morally valuable, feel free to hop back inside of that queue. Okay?
Hey, I appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, you too, Jay. I feel like maybe her mind could be changed. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Anna, thank you so much for the $30 donation. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Anna. Let's get 300 Anna W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Show some love to Anna. Anna with the $30 says, longtime listener, first time donor. As a 44-year-old watching you, you give me hope for our future in this country. Thank you for your fervent support of women's rights and all civil rights every human deserves. Hey, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I hope that you've been enjoying the debates. And thank you not only for the incredibly kind $30 donation, but also for the incredibly kind words. You're awesome. Show some love to the goat Hannah. Sorry, not Hannah, Anna. Serenity, thank you for the $10, who says, people just think that because they have more conservative values themselves, they have to support Trump and the fascist regime. I wish people would just look into who they are actually supporting. Yeah, like you could be on the right and not support Trump. Unironically, that last guest was actually an example of that. Harry, do you support Trump?
Dean was a boy in the village doing.
Also, do you guys clock how even though the last guest was a pro-lifer, they were like much more reasonable than any other pro-lifer that's joined? And I don't know, every other pro-lifer that's joined was a man and she was a woman. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Gino, thank you for the $14 dono over on PayPal. Appreciate you, Gino. Show some love to Gino in that chat while we're looking for that next guest. We got Keegan loading up. Gino with a 14 says, "Hey Dean, sorry, I know I already notated, but I do have a question. What do you think of the argument to be a perfect president? They'd have to be a mix of both right and left ideologies. Keep up the work again." Well, I mean, I think that the quote-unquote perfect ideologies are on the left, so I wouldn't say it's a mixture of both. But I think that a lot of more progressive left values are very presentable to the right. And if we weren't propagandized into such this partisan two lanes of thought, then the purple mixing the left and the right would in all reality just be more progressive causes. Like Bernie Sanders, for instance, has a pretty high approval rating in the Republican Party. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I just love you, Dean, and I've been watching.
That's very kind of you, Keegan. I appreciate you for your kind words. I'm going to go to boot you just because we are looking for some Trump supporters today. I won't ban you, though, since we didn't have the rules up. For everybody tuning in, guys, please only hop inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter. And hello, Momo. Wow, she came out of nowhere.
Dean, are you a neo-libertarian flangist or a tung 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 sahora accelerationist?
Get the fuck out of here. Nature, thank you for the $20. Who says, curious on your idea of the scenario. I'm against abortion because of the family members encouraged my mother to abort me while I was in utero. Okay. Well, so I'd assume you're just reducing your statement down to saying that you're against abortion because you could have been aborted. Okay. Well, then you're against people pulling out because your dad could have pulled out. All right. Which you're not. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue. Appreciate you for the $20 Natures. Okay, guys. Still looking for the next Trump supporter. Wow. Momo just bolted in, hung out for 3 seconds and then bolted out. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now, guys. Still looking for the next Trump supporter. By the way, if you want to support me, support the live stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place. The at's right there on the top of the phone screen. If you use the at compared to the link, just make sure that you double check your spelling because there's a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. Still looking for that next guest, everybody. Low-key, I don't even know if we have one. I don't even know if we have one, you guys. I don't even know if we have one. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Let Sinestro go first.
Retro, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
28.
Okay. Your mic sounds a little bit muffled.
Is this better?
Maybe a little bit. Why do you support Trump?
So the reason I support Trump is obviously not for the reason you think. I support him because what I believe happened was Trump getting into office kind of dropped the mask for people like you and people on the right. I honestly think that what it did was it showed my people specifically that you guys profit off of discourse that affects black people, you know?
Oh, an accelerationist.
I'm not an accelerationist. Don't put a label on me, brother.
That's
I'm
some
just a
random
person
other
that cares
guy.
about my people.
Just focus on me. I'll put him on mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just think about yesterday, right? There was hold on, let me just turn my camera on. So yesterday, right, there was a person that came up on the live and showed a picture of a black kid dead on the ground with his throat slit, right? And I want to ask you, right? You have these lives and you're not black, you know, There's barely any black people that come on this live. So why did that person feel to show a black person dead on the ground? And the reason why I'm saying that, it's a rhetorical question, because at the end of the day, it's because no matter what, we'll be associated with whatever your views are. So if your views are unsavory for radical people on the right, you won't be affected by it. I will be, right? So you're going to profit from this live. You're going to profit from the discourse, and I will be affected by the discourse. My people will be affected by the discourse.
I absolutely agree. And I'm hoping that my discourse would positively affect black people, right? By like ensuring that more people like agree with basic human rights, ensuring that more people agree that systemic racism exists, ensuring that people acknowledge that inequities are a problem, you know, highlighting many things that I have in the past, such as the fact that black people account for 14% of the population, but like 87% of exonerations are funded half as much on average compared to white people, and the public schooling programs are paid less on average, more likely to get rejected from a job, or the fact that opportunity zones are failures that hurt marginalized communities. And then ensuring that, you know, they want to act off of those things and vote for better politicians with better policy to better serve members of the black community. So that's like my goal with the live stream.
I see what you're saying, brother. But like, my thing is this, right? It seems like this place is just like a feel-good echo chamber for white people. Like, what I see is a bunch of like, you know, whatever, like low-income white people getting on your chat saying, you know, oh, like my grandma, because he listened to your live, decided that they don't want black people to die anymore. Because that's all I see. You know what I'm saying? Because they were Trump supporters, right? So now because for them it's like a game. You know what I mean? Like, one day they can say, oh, like, I don't think brown people should exist in this country. And because this white guy got on live, said this, you know, it flipped. So for me, it's life and death. Like, for you guys, it's a talking point. You know what I'm saying? And you profit off of these talking points. So my thing is this, right? My thing is this, like, at the end of the day is like, no matter what, I'm going to be affected by this discourse. You won't. Because not only do you make money from it, but you're a white guy. So if one of these weird saltines picks up a gun and decides to act and be radicalized by the discourse that comes from these types of debates, they're not going to go after a Dean Withers. They're going to go after me. They're going to go after my mother. They're going to go after my sisters. You feel me? So like, I just want to know, like, at the end of the day, what's in it for me? Like, what do I get from this discourse? Like, because you get something from it.
Well, the first thing I'll say is that our audience isn't just white people. We have a very diverse audience that is created by a very diverse group of individuals. White people, black people, brown people, all people, really. We have a really diverse audience. The second thing that I'll say here is, I mean, like, you gave an example of like somebody sending a DM in on a dono saying like, you know, the live streams were able to convince like their white grandparents to like, no, stop hating black people or whatever. Okay, yeah, I'm sure that this live stream has had that impact. And that's kind of the impact that I want it to have. Like, that's a good thing. Like, I want to be able to convince more racist white people that racism is wrong. That's a goal.
So my thing is this, though. My thing is this, bro. If your racism entails, like, if your views entails that people shouldn't exist, you won't be changed, bro.
Well, I mean, didn't you just
they're
like, say... I thought that you just brought up an example of somebody sending a dono in saying that I did change the minds of like the racist grandparents or
what
whatever?
I'm saying, it's an echo chamber of feel-good nonsense. I didn't say that they're actually changed. I'm saying they said they was changed, but there is no change.
So ultimately, you like,
the day,
you don't think that these like live streams drive positive
I'm gonna tell you
change?
something, bro. If I had murderous intent, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just switch off murderous intent for an entire race. Because a person who's not of that race decides to give a point that makes them believe that they should live now. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like if there's like viewers of the live stream that like literally want to murder black people, I doubt I'll be able to change their minds. But I think the goal is try to change the minds of like people who like don't literally intentionally want to murder black people, but don't think that systemic racism exists because of like racist socialization surrounding their belief structures, and inevitably build a large enough coalition to vote for the right politicians with the right policy to help like quell and fix like some of the systemic issues that exist today that have for a long time. And I mean, I think that we're pretty effective in that. I think that we're pretty effective in educating the people who hold on to their positions, not because they're evil, but because they're ignorant. And that's like the main impact of the live stream. Ever so often, we will be able to like change the mind of somebody who's like truly evil with that quote unquote murderous intent. But it's definitely like not very frequent. The frequent minds that we change are simply of those who are ignorant. And I think there's more people than like you probably assume that like hold on to their positions, not because they have bad intention, but rather because they're super ignorant to the facts. And I think that's the way, you know, the patriarchy or the systemic racist society that we live in wanted it to be, right? Like the end goal of the patriarchy, the end goal of systemic racism is to build a society that is so galvanized around these fundamental principles of racism, sexism, so on and so forth, where the vast majority of people just don't even believe that it's racist or sexist because they're ignorant to the facts insofar as why they are. And I think that this live stream intends to like expose those facts.
Listen, I would genuinely love, I would adore if I could believe that, but it's not true. A lot of these people genuinely just have obscene, senseless hatred for people of color. I mean, you can see it, and I'm sure you're on the internet more than I am because you're an influencer, so you see it more than I do. They don't have that, oh, like, I just don't know the facts, because the fact, the real fact
and
is...
you think that supporting Trump will fix this, which
hold
is
on, let
insane.
me explain this, right? You know and I know, and you might not want to admit this, but Trump supporters are on the fringe, bro. There's not even many Trump supporters left. Most Trump supporters have, in fact, transitioned from Trump supporters to just straight up neo-Nazis, bro. Or Yazis, but I'm sorry. They have transitioned from straight Trump supporters to white supremacists because they believe that Trump didn't achieve what they wanted him to achieve in regards to putting their people on a pedestal and keeping us down. And this is a fact, bro. This is why most of the influencers, the Trump influencers, are just straight up.
So why are you a Trump supporter then?
So I'm not a specific Trump supporter. I just support the fact that he's in office, and the fact that he's in office is showing the truth to these people. I mean, dude, like, you know, don't argue semantics. You know what I'm trying to say here. Like, I'm not saying that I go out, I voted for Trump, I support Trump. You just need to hear this because like this is what you're doing.
Do you think like ultimately like these live streams are like a bad thing?
Yes, absolutely.
So do you think that society would be better off if we like didn't have these live streams?
No, so I just think that this specific live stream, I didn't say all live streams, I'm saying that this specific live stream of a white boy sitting here making money off a discourse that can get me harmed is horrible.
Can I ask you a
question?
question?
That's my problem. Yeah.
So like, if there was like a black person saying and doing the exact same thing I would you say that the live stream is beneficial to society?
If black people decided to agree to let it happen, then yes. Is there a group of black people that decided that this is okay for that this discourse that you are engaging in is okay for our safety? I doubt
well,
it.
I would specifically say
I'd assume that
what I would say specifically black people who realize that black individuals have been putting in the legwork to fight against the racism that exists in society since day one, and it's time for white people to stand up and fight the issue that they created. Right.
So also, I want
to let me reiterate that.
I did not vote for
since
Trump.
day fucking one, black people have been on the ground doing the work. For a long time, they were doing all of the work. It was only black people jeopardizing their personal safety by standing up and speaking to the crowd about the issues in society. And then it was only black people listening to those other black people, then acting upon that and pushing for social change. All right? And I think that it is very, very, very important for white people to stand up, get off their asses, and get involved and fight against these evil mechanisms that exist in society. And in fact, I think that your position is very regressive. Okay? And if everybody thought like you did, would put us back into this position of the tyranny of the majority, where you either have white people who are actively upholding the system by fighting for the system, or white people who are actively upholding the system by being complacent in the system. I think it's problematic that you would prefer me to sit on my ass and watch Netflix all day while black and brown people lose their rights, lose their lives, and face social discrepancies in comparison to myself. I do think that's problematic.
I'm just saying that if you are not profiting off the discourse, you're forced to join the working class that you say that you fight for. So this is my thing, right? My thing is this, right? At the end of the day, bro, like you say that you fight for us, bro, but when you're in a fight, you risk being hurt. Your fight risks me being hurt. If I go and fight, I'm at risk for getting hurt. Your fight is not a fight, bro. You're just saying words because once if you say this stuff and a white person decides that, oh, I'm so tired of these liberals and the stuff that they say, they're not gonna go find you, bro. Like statistically, that's not true. They're gonna go find the next black person, the next brown person.
Well,
so, like, I'm just so confused.
I would have like a small disagreement with you. I do agree with you that like ultimately, right, like in attempting to convince more people of the truth, changing minds, some people on the right will see that, get pissed, and then inevitably take it out on black people. Okay, but I also know that yes, I am jeopardizing my own personal safety as well. I mean, shit. Me and my girlfriend got shot at by a BB gun when we were just trying to get some food. I had the FBI show up at my door saying that I had a credible threat from some maniac in Texas that has a memorandum of how he wants to kill me. And I had to stay inside of my house for my personal safety for 3 months after Charlie Kirk got shot. But I understand the point that you're making nonetheless. I don't deny that in speaking up, in having these conversations, some people could be radicalized and then turn around and want to kill black people. But see, my issue is I think that there are less people who would turn around, listen to what I say and say, I'm going to go harm a black person, than the amount of people who would turn around, not listen to me and what I have to say because I'm not doing these live streams. So then they turn into somebody like Nick Fuentes and say, I'm going to harm a black person. And I will repeat once again, right? The crux of your argument here is that white people should not be fighting the fight, standing up for marginalized communities because they don't have skin in the game of being marginalized. That once again creates a system of the absolute tyranny of the majority where white people are actively upholding a system of systemic violence, either through direct involvement in fighting for the continuation of that system or indirect involvement through complacency, right? The demographic of white people, under your view, would be comprised of white people who stand up, scream "Hail Hitler," and fuck minorities, or white people who don't stand up, scream "fuck Hitler" and hate minorities, and just sit down and watch TV instead. It is important. It is so important for as many white people as possible to stand up and try to fix the issue that they made. All right? Because it will. I don't think it should just be the burden of the black man, of the black woman, of the marginalized man, of the marginalized woman to fight that fight on their own. Okay? Because when they fight that fight on their own, A, their personal safety is only jeopardized more. Now that they're the only villain. They're not a villain with an accomplice. Okay?
So I would
and B,
argue that
they won't be able to get as much work done because... Go ahead. Go ahead. What's that?
Well, my thing is this, right? I would argue that when we fought that fight essentially on our own for the most part, being the quote-unquote villain, that moved white people to make a difference more than it did when people like you were right with us. And the reason why is because now these whites can just equate us to like, oh, like you're a person
that
just
moved
like
white
Withers.
people to make
No,
a
I'm
difference.
not.
Wait. When you say that moved
So,
white people to make a difference, you're saying that moved white people to get involved and do something about it. But you remember, you don't think white people should get involved and do something about it. You think that they should sit on their asses all day.
Writing laws because they didn't want to have to deal with the recourse from black people.
Okay.
That's the only thing that works with them.
So I just want to clarify that your position
works for your people, and you know it's true.
So I just want to clarify that your position is the reason why my active push against racism is a bad thing is because the reason why I pushed against racism is not that I was scared by black people into doing it and rather just hold on to simplistic moral virtues of wanting equality for all. I definitely argue, right? It's definitely preferable.
Fight against racism is not real, brother. That's all I'm saying. So when you're saying, it's just not real. You know why I say it? Because at the end of the day, that person that sent that in the chat didn't send a white kid with their throat slit on the ground. They didn't send a liberal white kid with their throat slit on the ground. They sent a black kid with their throat slit on the ground. You're not black, so what effect would you take from that? Why would they send that to you?
Because
they know
I don't understand. I don't understand the correlation between these two things. Like, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that racism is real. I'm not. Go ahead. What? Just make. I'm trying to listen to the point here. I'm trying my best, but I'm failing to see it.
So I of course you're gonna fail to see it because you're not affected by it.
Oh, or maybe you're just not making a good point. It's one of the two, right? Let's try to figure out which one it is.
Listen, maybe to your mind, it's not a good point because you're not black. And I understand that. Maybe I was wrong in trying to explain it to you. Maybe I was wrong. But at the end of the day, brother, like, again, the recourse, the discourse that you profit off of affects my people in a negative way.
Listen, all I'm going to say is that the people who get privileges from these systems are the ones that have to dismantle them. Okay? And if you're going to tell people who get privileges from these systems to sit down on their asses all day instead of actively working on dismantling them, well, in fact, I'd argue that you are upholding the system that gives them the privileges in the first place.
So what are you doing to dismantle the system, Dean? You're sitting making money off of arguing.
So do you agree with me? I just want to clarify. Do you agree with me?
That what?
Do you agree with me that the people who get the privileges from the systems are the ones who have to dismantle the systems?
I mean, in theory, but that's not going to happen. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so in theory, you do agree with me that white people should be outspoken against the system of systemic racism, right?
In theory, of course. Absolutely.
Okay,
I mean, yeah.
So in theory, white people should be involved. So why not an application?
So should we speak out or should we be...
What is your application?
This is my application. Educating people on the existence of systemic racism, educating people on broader social issues that surround other systems of oppression, such as sexism, racism, classism, economic oppression, so on and so forth, informing individuals on the issues that exist that they don't even know exist, and changing individuals' minds about them on a daily basis. Changing minds is what I'm doing about it. Informing minds is what I'm doing about it.
So, Dean, can I ask you this, right?
I'm sorry, do you accept that I'm informing and educating individuals and changing minds on what matters? Okay. Do you accept that that is necessary to be done in order to dismantle the system as a whole?
Absolutely necessary to be done. Now, can I say what I want to say?
Okay, so then you just said that these live streams are necessary.
Right? So, look, before you bring up your token to take me down, right? Let me just say this one thing, right?
I'm so sorry. I think that's so incredibly insane. You're going to tell me that I can't understand your...
He said that.
Go ahead, Santana.
That's fine. That's fine. Because I know you got to bring up a black person to debate a black person. I know how it is.
I'm not even gonna be up here long. I'll let you finish like rambling on for no reason. The one thing that I want to call out, and this isn't for this donut down here. This is for all the white people that are listening, people that want to be accomplices. It's going to take people that benefit from these different systems to actually dismantle the systems. And the people that's in those marginalized groups, it's on us to allow these people to actually do the work as well. There's a difference between speaking over and speaking up. And so as long as we're ensuring that they're speaking up and never speaking over the marginalized voices, then there's no problem with them advocating for us and being accomplices. And that's what's the important thing. And so for you as a black man to say, oh, you're bringing up your token, you're literally engaging in anti-blackness as someone who is trying to actively fight against these systems, but yet you're targeting a black man saying, oh, that's your token, because you don't agree with what I have to say.
Acknowledging a token is not anti-black. Tokens exist in white space.
No. You're being anti-black by calling me a token because I came up and saying that, oh, the only reason I'm up here is because I'm quote unquote Dean's black friend to speak on black issues. That's anti-black as fuck because you're reducing what I bring. Wait,
so listen,
you're reducing what I...
You're debating all the white people then, brother.
Oh, well, first and foremost, I'm up all the time. Second of all, I have a life.
It just happened to be up when I'm up, right?
No. I was listening to the stupidity come out of your mouth. Yeah, I was listening to the stupidity come out of your mouth, and I came up directly to speak to the chat, not to you, because, again, Dean is cooking the shit out of you. Like, literally, I texted Dean and told him, cook. I only came up to address the chat, not even you.
So can I finish my point though? So my thing is this, right? Would you both, Santana and Dean, agree that radicalism amongst whites are up more than they have been in a long time?
What do you define as radicalism?
Okay, so we're gonna get into semantics. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm looking for you to
violence,
clarify what you're
radical,
saying.
anti-black rhetoric, violence, anti-black rhetoric, calling for the
Okay.
reinstallation of slavery, calling for people of color to be literally slaughtered. Like I've seen it all the time. So would you agree with me
So,
that
so you're saying white supremacy is increased? That's what you're saying?
radicalism?
No, that's white supremacy, bub.
Okay, then yes, white supremacy, radicalism. Would you agree that?
No, it's not up. It's not up. It's where it's been. See, that's the crazy thing. Just because you're paying attention to it doesn't mean that, it's more than ever so. And people act like Donald Trump has done something to actually increase white supremacy within the United States of America. He has just made people feel comfortable. It hasn't gone away.
Okay.
Like literally, this has been a thing.
It. Would you agree that people feel more comfortable to be white supremacists now then?
Yes, people are more comfortable to be who they are and do the things in the light instead of the dark. But that's why. That's literally why. No, that's literally why we need white people standing on the front lines, screaming and pushing back on white supremacy. What the fuck are you talking about?
So listen. So if you're saying that white supremacy, they've been more comfortable being white supremacists now more than ever. Not more than ever, but more recently now, right? Then obviously
that's not what I said.
Listen,
that's not what I said.
Okay.
I said they're more comfortable voicing it. They're not more comfortable being white supremacists. They're just more comfortable saying it.
They're more comfortable saying it then, okay? We got the semantics out of the way, all right? So listen, they're more comfortable saying it. So the reason why I'm saying this is because if they're more comfortable saying it, at the end of the day, what is the point of these white educators like Dean? If you're telling me that now they're more comfortable saying it, the purpose
of this live stream is to dismantle the systems in which make them more comfortable.
Then why are they more comfortable saying it if you're so good at dismantling
because the systems
exist? Because you're just making money off of it, bro.
Because the systems exist as perpetuated by people with more money and power than myself. You know, sure, dude. If I was a billionaire with support from half the country, I would probably be able to do more than I am now. For sure. Absolutely. If I was the president, okay, I could swear to you that there wouldn't be more people feeling comfortable in voicing their white supremacy. But unfortunately, I am just a 21-year-old from Colorado with a large social presence. So, I mean, but what matters is that I do what I can. Right?
Hey, quick question for you. Can women dismantle the patriarchy?
Is that for me?
Yes. Can women dismantle the patriarchy?
So my question is, what does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
Because it's a social structure, just like race is a social structure. Can you answer the question?
Nope, I won't, because I'm talking about black people specifically. If you want to talk about the black patriarchy, then we can talk about that. But I'm not talking about
what's the black patriarchy? What's the black patriarchy?
Listen. I'm not going into that.
What's the black patriarchy?
Talk about that, bro.
The question is, what's the black? You said it. What's the black patriarchy?
Listen. That's not
answer the question. You said you would talk about the black patriarchy.
Santana,
you said those were your words. Look, you're crashing.
I did not come to answer you, Token. I'm talking to you.
You're literally crashing. You said you're here to talk about the. Okay,
if you want to do this, brother, I'm out of here. Have a good night.
Bruv,
they always run. It's fine. Dean, listen, I'll let it go because you know where I am. But I'll just say this: what he was trying to say is intersectionality, but he's so stupid that he doesn't know that the patriarchal system it actually consists of intersectionality. So you can talk about the patriarchal system and you can talk about intersectionality, but he doesn't understand. Anyway, I'm going to say this because I got to run. But the point being is, and for anyone who is upset that people with privilege are advocating and railing against the privilege that they have to help minority groups, then you're the fucking wrong one. It takes those people with privilege to dismantle the actual systems that benefit them and marginalize other people. Anyway, I gotta run, bro. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you as always, Santana. You have a good one.
Yep.
All right.
Fuck. That was pretty fucked, man. I gotta admit. I mean, they call black conservatives tokens, and now it's crazy to see the other shoe on the other foot. Wow. Holy shit.
Okay, you waited a long time. You're a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just soaking all of that in. It seemed like you were in a circular argument with someone who really just wanted to just stop the debate. How long were you in the fucking conversation?
Well, I guess the one thing I'll say is that guess prevented me from possibly changing this guy's mind in the last 20 minutes. So go ahead and tell us why you're a Trump supporter.
God. Wow. Okay. Sorry. That threw me off a little bit. So honestly, I know you're probably tired of having this debate today. The abortion thing. Right
Yeah.
Now. Because
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a little long-winded. If you'll just give me a second. It has to do less with abortion and more to do with states' rights. So basically, Trump, appointed those Supreme Court judges to be to overturn Roe v. Wade. Mm-hmm. And what happened as a result is the 50 states individually have the rights to, to allow for as much free abortion as they want, or impose as much restriction as they want per state, right? So I think personally, I love that as a neo-libertarian philanthropist.
You waited 25 minutes to troll about being a neo-libertarian phalangus?
I am 1000% serious. I love the chaos of neo-libertarian philantroprism, but
get out of here, dude. Dude's fucking dedicated. I'll give him that. He waited that long. He was sitting on the live patiently and quietly throughout the entirety of that last conversation just to troll about neolibertarian phalangism. Okay. I usually ban trolls. I'm not going to ban them. Wow. Hi. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Super Bass, nice. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, though, so I'm going to go to move on. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, everyone. Only join if you are a Trump supporter. Fuck, I should have taken that opportunity when Santana was up here to go pee real quick. Shit. I guess we only have an hour left. I can make it. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. We got Gage loading up. Hey, thank you so much for the $10. No Lord, who says, as a black woman, we are harmed regardless. I'd rather white allies fight than do nothing. However, I agree with the guest that your non-black audience definitely still struggles with anti-black rhetoric. In some scenarios, absolutely. I think that many white people do, regardless of the side of the aisle they're on. Dila, thank you for the $10, who says, as a brown person, I want to say thank you for standing with us. Every person with white privilege standing up to dismantle the system. Systemic racism is good, is doing the good fight. This person is so wrong. Well, I appreciate you for the $10. So I think the last point that Santana was going to make there before that guest ran, he was asking him, can women dismantle the patriarchy? And the expected answer would be no. No, women can't dismantle the patriarchy. Only men can dismantle the patriarchy, right? So the fight of women is to get men to dismantle the patriarchy, right? And the point that Santana texted me, and the point that Santana was going to make there was going to be, well, this means that you need white people to dismantle systemic racism. And if you need white people to dismantle systemic racism, well, then you can't just say white people should be sitting on the sidelines. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
22.
Okay, man. Give me one moment here to thank a couple people. Emily, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get 250 Emily W's in that chat. That is very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Emily with the 25 says, heads up for all those making the quote-unquote states' rights abortion argument, that the Trump administration just removed AB care from all VA facilities, even in states where it's legal. How's that for states' rights? That's not very pro-states' rights. Holy moly. Thank you for the $25. Stacy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Show some love to Stacy in that chat. Let's get to it. Or Stacy W's and Trista. Thank you for the $20 as well, who drops a little heart emoji. I appreciate you, Trista. Thank you, Stacy, Trista, and Emily. Y'all are awesome. Same thing to Elijah. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so very much for that love. I appreciate you. Sarah, thank you for the $10. She says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Sarah. Phil, thank you so much for the $75 donation. Holy fucking shit, Phil. I want to see 750 Phil W's down below in that chat. That is fucking ridiculous, man. Thank you so much for that love. Phil with a 75 says, talked to a MAGA today, and he claimed that we're in this war because Iran told the U.S. intelligence that they were going to nuke us in 10 days. I asked then, why did Tulsi say that they weren't a nuclear threat? Fucking crickets. It's pathetic how fucking gullible they are. Funny thing is, Phil, he probably got that claim from like Facebook misinformation. That's insane. Thank you so much for the $75. My goat. Andre with the $12 says, black dude here. Absolutely love you, bro. And I listen every day. Your moral standings make you the goat. Don't change a thing. I appreciate you, Andre. Kendall with the $5 asks how camping was. Dude, it was great. Molly, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Tice Lee, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Thank you for the $5. She says, this black person gives you approval to fight this fight. Play on. I appreciate you for the $5. That is very kind of you. Over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Ben, for the $10. Who says, I love you guys. I appreciate you so much. Shannon with the $5. I appreciate you. Another Shannon with the $1. Thank you. Then Daniel, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much. We are all cut up. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place. And the ad's right there on top of the phone screen. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Don.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure you get your stuff done. Yeah, so a couple of years ago, Trump was saying a few things during interviews, and it's kind of resonated with me ever since. I agree with a lot of his policies, kind of how he's handling the war in Iran, and like I'd be happy to, I guess I have quotes open here if I could go over some of the things he said and see what you would have to say about that.
I think that you're trolling, but feel free to read the quotes.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the dates, and then you can look this up so you know I'm not screwing around. It's October... Oh, wait, sorry. Oops, I just flicked that away. October 7th, 2022, he said, well, you guys are at home sitting on your asses. I just took a private jet out to LA with $1 million in this rental passenger seat and a Coach duffel bag, a couple grand in the lap. I'm about to go drop it in Louis Vuitton. Living my dream life. What are you doing? Nothing.
Well, that's not a Trump quote. That's a Dean quote.
That's a Dean Withers quote. Oh my God, I forgot. Yeah. You used to grift for money, and now you're here pandering to leftists to get money with donations. I totally forgot about that. Oh my God, dude. My bad. I mixed up the quotes. I saw Trump. He's a grifter. He's in it for the money. I saw Dean. I know you're in it for the money too.
Are you mad that you didn't buy the E-Rich lifestyle?
Dude, I like it. I bought your courses. I appreciate that, dude. I'm rich too.
Well,
I'm
obviously
now.
You didn't. If you're this salty, no, you'd be in that PJ on the way to LA right now if you bought the course.
Dude, I am, dude. I'm on a private jet right now. I'm saying thank you, dude. I've come a long way in life because of
No, but that wasn't a scam or a grift. It was just it was rather embarrassing marketing. I sold a legitimate product. What I sold was web development service for e-commerce sites. And I did that professionally for years. I mean, when I matured, when I was an adult, I actually ended up working as the creative director at a 10-figure brick and mortar dog treat production plant. And I was able to redo all of their web-based revenue funnels. And I even made their processing channels a bit easier. In the brick and mortar production facility. It was great. Yeah, there was like a period when I was like 16, 17 that I tried to market my e-commerce skills the same way Andrew Tate was very successfully marketing his Get Rich Quick course. In retrospect, of course, it was cringy, but obviously that doesn't make me a grifter today, and that's a pretty silly argument.
Dude, that person a while ago, Rebecca, or whatever, was pretty cringe. But I mean, her point still stands. You are just doing this for money. I don't. Okay. I think you.
Then why did I start doing it? Wait, one second. The big issue that I have with people who will say
pathetic. Okay. I think you're just in it for the money. I don't think you actually care or.
Then if I was in it for the money, then I never would have started to do it. Listen, if I was in it, you're not letting me speak.
In any way, shape, or form.
If I was in it for the money, then I never would have started to do it in the first place. How much money do you think I made when I started to do it?
We carry the flame.
Thank you. Oh, he left? Okay. Well, I mean, I think that you guys just got a really good representation of, why you don't see too many people on the left hating on me. Because the very small minority of the people that do, can't stand, even one question to their logic, right? You'll see them get really angry. It's usually rooted in jealousy. You know, shocker, people on the left could be jealous too. But, you know, the claim that I'm doing it just for money, that one fails pretty quickly, because if I was doing it for money, why would I ever have started to do it in the first place? You know, like when I would do like 3-hour daily streams with 10 fucking viewers debating people on why they thought abortion was a bad thing, how much money do you think I made? I just so happened to fall into this position of being able to generate an income off of these debates. But before I generated an income, oh my God, frankly, I debated then more than I do now. And the only reason why I debate less now is because it was literally unhealthy for me. I remember being up until 7 a.m. and debating all night long just because I love it so much. And I wouldn't make $1. Somebody else in the chat says you saw future and potential. No, I didn't, because there was no future and potential in generating an income off of TikTok debates. The reason why TikTok streams can generate money through debates is because me and Parker did it for so long. We created the niche. Like when I started doing this, when Parker started doing this, there wasn't a single TikTok debater making a dime off of anything. And the largest live streams were getting like 100 views. Saw potential, saw future. There was no future. People just did it for fun. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
I was born in 2007, June the 10th.
And what time is it?
What time is it now? It's 2:08.
Okay. Well, we're only looking to talk to people in America. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now. Well, I mean, yeah, we had two people that are claiming to be on the left that came up here, tried to issue critique, and then left there pretty quickly. Really embarrassing on both fronts. We need to get our shit together, you guys.
Dean, are you a neo-libertarian flankist or a tung support?
We need to get our shit together on the left. Holy. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh my goodness. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, come to England. Come to England now.
And moving on to the next guest. We're going to get that next guest connected up into the box. Hey, do you support Trump? Amelia, join up. Nope, they left. We're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Follow the rules, please. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
So that would be a Trump supporter, you guys, but of course we banned them for their use of racial slurs. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Y'all already know it. Okay, here we go, folks. We got Bebe connecting. Welcome in. I'm not going to call you Bebe. Bailey, that's your name. Bailey, do you support Trump? No, Bailey's leaving. Gianna, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
What year are you born in?
2008.
What month?
January.
Do you work a job? Do you go to university?
Right now I'm a hostess.
Okay, how many hours a week do you work?
I just work like a 10 to 5, 6 hours.
Okay. All right, goodbye. We're going to get the next guest loaded up into the queue right now. Only opposite of the box. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
That's pretty embarrassing. Mason, thank you for the 69 cents over on Venmo for the grift. I appreciate you. Johnny, thank you for the $5 for the grift. Maureen with the $5 for the grift as well. Money, money, money. Doing it for the money. Thank you guys for supporting the grifts. Wouldn't do it if it wasn't for your money. Well, thank you for the $3 over on PayPal saying Dean for president. Thank you so much, Africa Saunders, as well for the $5 who says keep up the good work. I appreciate you. Go to take it away, man. Why the hell do you support Trump?
Support him because he doesn't like people breaking the law, man.
Okay, so then why did he break the law?
Well, because if he broke the law, he wasn't criminally convicted of
Yes,
breaking something that was serious, like hurting other people. Or
he was found guilty of 34 felonies.
business records. So
Yeah,
that's
does it
not,
change the
serious.
fact
That's not
that
violent.
does this change the fact that clearly he does like breaking the law?
Well, he was convicted of it, right? That's what I like. I want
Okay.
to
So
see
your
people
claim
going through the.
So your claim was
court
that Donald Trump doesn't like people breaking the law. Okay, well that has to be false because he's broken the law like a lot.
Well, he went through the court system. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that
Exactly.
he broke the law.
Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that there's people in this country that should have been, processed through the system that weren't.
Oh, so you think that people should face due retribution for the crimes they commit?
Yes, I think it all depends
Okay,
on
question.
the type of crime.
What was Donald Trump's legal punishment for his 34 felonies?
I think that it was. I think that the judge didn't punish him. Only it appears in his record.
Oh, why? Why did the judge
basically,
give
blanket
him
sentence.
no punishment for 34 felonies that carried a maximum sentence of 340 years in jail? Why?
Well, first of all, because he was, I guess, a president. He was running for office.
Oh,
and also, I don't think that a person that
Okay, well, he
was
wasn't
convicted
running
of
for
something
office because he was
nefarious-
sentenced in July of 2025 after he was already president. So the
Well,
answer is that he
so-
was president. So in other words, you're saying if he wasn't president, then he would have faced due retribution for his infractions on the law. And the only reason why he didn't is because he is the president. Now, after becoming president, he's used his presidency to prevent other due retribution for infractions on the law, like getting the federal government to never investigate him, his companies, or his families for tax fraud ever again up until this point in their lives. Or today with the announcement from Todd Blanche and the DOJ saying that they are implementing roadblocks to prevent future prosecution of Trump, his associates, his cabinet members, his families, and his businesses. Donald Trump does not like the law. Donald Trump does not follow the law. And Donald Trump does not want to be investigated or punished by the law. He got off on his 34 felonies because of his presidency. Probably getting off on tax fraud because of his presidency. And according to the DOJ today,
Say
getting off
allegedly,
on
'cause you can get-
potential prior or future crimes because of his presidency.
Well, what can I tell you? Like I said, I support the president because he's, putting these people that should have been in the system. They're going through the system. They're going to a judge. They're seeing judges, and
No, you said that you support Trump because he wants to follow the law. If
No, no,
Donald
no,
Trump
no,
wants
no,
to follow
you're
the law,
wrong.
okay. So you
you're
agree that Donald Trump does not want to follow the law?
I never, no, I never said that. You said I said that, but I didn't say that. Do you remember what I said?
Your exact words were, "I support Trump because he wants people to follow the law."
Yes.
Okay. Is he a person?
Well, he wants people to go through the court
Is
system.
he a
That's what
person?
I said that he wants.
Is
people to go
Donald
through the
Trump a
court
person?
system. Yes, he is a person. He is a very important.
So
person.
because he does not want himself to go through the court system, he does not.
He
want
went through
people
the
to follow
court
law.
system.
Well, he got no punishment because of his presidency,
Oh,
and the
okay,
other
that's
2
a
points
form
of
of
barring
sentence. Are you
of
telling me
barring
the only
the federal
sentence is
government from
jail?
investigating him for tax fraud and having the DOJ
that's
announce
your
today
opinion.
and have no, that's not my opinion. That was a part of his settlement with himself, explicitly barring the federal government from ever investigating him or his family ever again for tax fraud, and now
Well, another
having the
president-
DOJ
obviously
announce
another president will come in.
roadblocks to prevent potential future investigation into him.
Hey, let's be serious. Another president will come in and they will veto that. So I don't know what's your problem.
Well, the argument is that it can't be vetoed. The argument from Todd Blanche and the DOJ is that it's permanent.
Good luck with that one.
Okay, so I just want I want to see if we could agree here. Okay, that Donald Trump does not want himself to be investigated for crime. Correct?
I don't think that he wants to be prosecuted for his beliefs, but he can say that. You can.
No, is
you
it
can infer
true
that.
or is it false that Donald Trump does not want to be investigated for crime?
If that's what you think, sure.
Okay, so then your point is wrong.
No, my point still stands. I think that there's a lot of people that should have, been processed. Still
Okay.
stands.
Does that group of people include Trump?
Well, it includes Trump, but the difference is that Trump is a
Oh,
citizen, right?
okay.
We know who he
Oh,
is.
so
but
you
these
just
people,
bail
we don't
out
know
on the
these people.
standard when they're citizens, sure.
No, no, no.
So I would
The
assume this
difference
means that
is-
you support mass deportation. Is that what you're getting at here?
Yeah, but more
Sure. What's one material way
necessarily,
that mass
I
deportation
support-
has made our country better in the last year and a half? How's it benefited you?
I support them being in the system. I want them to be all traced.
Okay. Right. We could do that through amnesty, but you don't support
No.
amnesty.
You know why I don't support it?
Okay, even though it could track them and whatnot. I just want you to answer this question. Please tell me one way that mass deportation has materially benefited America over the course of the last year and a half.
Materially benefited America. Doesn't necessarily have to be materially to benefit it, correct?
I want to know material benefit. What's one fact of the country that's made better off?
One material benefit, I would say that there's, when they leave the jobs, there's openings for American citizens.
Okay, that's not true. We get the worst jobs report in 20 years last year, ignoring recession.
Well, you can probably say that people are lazy as hell.
Okay.
Or people are losing
So
jobs
that's not
because
the way-
obviously they're leaving the country.
So if we got a really bad jobs report because people were super lazy last year, well then why weren't people super lazy in 2024 when Biden added 2.2 million jobs?
Because there was a lot of people coming in through, asylums. They were getting what are those shits called?
Oh wait, so you're
permits to
actually
work?
saying that immigration makes more jobs?
No. What I'm saying is immigration exploits American citizens who need a job.
Okay, so you're saying that mass deportation would like lower the unemployment rate? for citizens.
Listen, Dean, listen.
I just want to clarify.
Brother,
Like your claim is
wake
that
up.
mass deportation would lower the unemployment rate for
Mass
citizens, right?
deportation
Are-
is
wait, is it
beneficial
true
for
or
our
is it
country
false?
because of our laws.
Is it true or is it false that you think mass deportation would lower the unemployment rate for citizens?
I don't think that we need people from other countries to help us. I think
Okay,
that we need to
that's-
help.
that wasn't my
we need to
question.
help.
Is it
we need to
true
help
or is it false
ourselves.
that you think mass deportation would lower the unemployment rate for citizens?
In a span of 10 years, I think so. I think
Okay.
in this month there was 130,000 jobs added. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. Yeah, which
Thank
is,
you.
by the way, the historical average for Democratic presidents over the course of the last 50 years.
Well,
so
we're
so,
seeing
so
an- we're
finally,
seeing an
after a year and a
improvement, thank
half,
God.
Donald Trump is finally breaking the average for Democrats. That's
Yeah, people are
crazy,
waking up.
right?
People are waking
but what
up and
but
there's
what
no
I'll say
jobs.
here, but
Amen.
what I'll say here is that you're actually wrong. Mass deportation does not reduce the unemployment rate for citizens. In fact, the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis says that immigration reduces the unemployment rate for citizens by transpiring more economic productivity and thereby creating more jobs. In fact, they also argue that immigrants have increased the wages of low-skilled jobs by 1 to 2% annually. And in fact, immigration really benefits the American economy. Rather, it's through any of the means in which I just described: GDP contributions, taxable revenue contributions, the prevention of recessions, helping to lower prices because of increases in productivity. Your claim, okay, that immigration is a bad thing because it steals jobs from citizens and that we shouldn't need to be reliant on anybody else from any other country is bullshit.
So my proof here is that, for example, if we have a problem in this country that, there is a high, people are not working and stuff, I don't think that we need to bring other people from other countries so we can make that number lower. I don't think that, let's say, for example, it's a 5% unemployment rate. I don't think that we need to export. We need to bring 500,000 people in here to put it down to a 4.5. I don't think that. Honestly, I don't think that's good for the American people, and I don't think that's good for our laws.
Okay, so how does immigration hurt the American people?
How does immigration hurt American people? Because I think that we have a culture. I think that we the majority of people here speak English. So when there is someone that speaks another language, you don't know what they might be saying. I think that affects people.
Okay.
You don't know how to communicate. How
So
are you
the issue
gonna
with
hire these people
immigrants
that don't even
is
speak
that it
English?
increases the likelihood that there will be more languages than just English being spoken. Is that your claim?
No, I'm saying that they're gonna
Like you're just
they're
like
gonna,
you're just
you know,
mad at somebody
exploit
saying
our
"choco mi
American people.
huevas" to you, and then you just like don't even know what they're saying, but they're just
No,
like
for
bullying you
example,
in secret.
okay, look,
Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
gonna say something. No, I'm gonna say something, and
Choco
it's not
mi
gonna be bad. I
huevos.
promise you. No, I'm gonna say something, and it's not bad. But I want you to tell me, what do you think I said? Dean Withers, tú eres una marica.
Oh
What
fuck!
did
Do
I
you
say?
do you speak Spanish?
Like 80%.
Okay, so you're almost wow. Are you Hispanic?
I think my mom.
Oh my god! Do you have any family members that don't speak English?
No.
You don't.
Well, you know what? No, my great grandma.
Okay, should she be deported?
No, because she speaks English.
But you just said
learned
that
it.
she did
That's
it.
how she came in
Okay,
here.
okay. If your
No,
mom
you
wasn't
said if she
fluent,
spoke
if
Spanish.
if your mom wasn't fluent in English, do you think that your mom should be removed from the country? Or like, I'll phrase it better. Do you think that the country would be better off if she wasn't here?
I think the country would be better off if everyone spoke the same language.
Just answer.
so we
Just
could
answer my
communicate
question.
with
If
each
your
other.
mom didn't speak English, would you argue that the country would be better off if your mom wasn't here?
So without putting my so without putting it in a context as her own kid, I think that I would argue that probably.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Why is that funny?
You are you are criminally insane. Dude wants his own mom to be deported. You're actually fucking crazy.
No, I said
Oh my
if it
god.
wasn't my mother.
Nick
If it wasn't my
Fuentes 2.0. Hispanic man that is also a white supremacist for some fucking weird ass reason. Oh my Jesus Christ, dude. That's brutal. That's fucked up, man. That's your own mom.
Don't mute me. I'm not being disrespectful, but I just gave you the exact issue. I just told you. Can you tell me what I just said? And I, said something, and you couldn't answer that. You don't know if these people are, planning to do something to you. You don't know if these people are talking shit behind your back. So that's what I'm saying.
1 second.
We need to learn English.
Do you think that our country would be better off without deaf people? Because deaf people speak within sign language.
I think that's biological, dysfunction.
So should we stop teaching ASL to like deaf people and deaf educators because it like increases the probability that they're talking shit about you behind your back?
Well, what percentage of people in the country are deaf? And I don't think.
There's a high percentage of people in the country that speak an ASL. Like my sister's fluent in ASL.
Like, what do you think is a higher
So do you
percentage?
think
English
that we
or-
should
or
stop
English or deaf?
incentivizing people to like learn how to speak in ASL because it increases the likelihood that people are talking shit behind your back?
No, because how would they communicate?
Oh, okay. So you actually agree, right, that it's important for like individuals to speak
But
various
you- okay,
languages in
you
America
gave me- okay,
because it allows for individuals to like easier communicate. Listen. I am muting you because I want to speak. I completely disagree with your claim that we should like stop immigration because it increases the probability that there will be more people in the country that speak languages that you don't understand. Because when we look at the empirical outcomes, that doesn't seem to like dissuade our economy from performing any better. That doesn't seem to dissuade livable wages from going up. That doesn't seem to dissuade the productive capacities of our manufacturers from being better. That doesn't seem to dissuade the average American from living a better life, right? Because when we look at the empirical outcomes of immigration on America, they are good. Legitimately, immigration is so beneficial to this nation. And your hypothesis of, they speak Spanish, therefore they're irredeemable, as a fucking Hispanic man, is obviously false. And there
Well,
are
I'm not
no
Hispanic,
empirics,
brother.
and there are no empirics to demonstrate that to be true.
Yeah. So sure, you said that there is a higher percentage of people deaf. I think that there is below 1%, and also I think that there is a higher percentage of people not speaking English. I would say that there is a higher percentage of people speaking Spanish than actually speaking ASL. So that's where your point doesn't make sense. I think that those people have a disability that way, they can't communicate through speaking, so they have to learn another method. While these people that speak Spanish obviously can can learn English before they come into this country. Because I just gave you an example, and you couldn't answer what I just said. I just gave you an example of what Colombian people say. I said, Dean, tú eres marica, and you couldn't answer that.
Yeah, I have no clue what you're saying because I'm not fluent in any language outside of English.
And
Listen,
what if I told you that was a bad thing, and it would literally just, I think, rage, anyone. I think that anyone would slap me. Any person that will be right in their mind would slap me.
Okay, well then you shouldn't be saying it.
Exactly.
Here.
And what?
I need to go pee real quick. Parker only has a moment, so I'm gonna
losing.
Because I need to go pee. Shut up. I'm going to go momentarily pass the mic to Parker here. Parker, to catch you up in the argument, dude's saying we should have less immigration and we should go without it because then it means more people that aren't speaking English in America, and that's bad. I'll be right back.
Okay, what's wrong with people speaking different languages?
So what's wrong with people speaking different languages? Like I said, I think that we cannot communicate, in our jobs if we hire people that don't speak English, if they're not fluent in English. And I think that's bad for the people in this country that, they communicate through a language that, they learned when they were born. These people don't speak the same language. You don't know if these people are saying bad things about you. Like a lot of people are saying that I said
your issue with
the
people
F-slur.
speaking different languages is you don't know if people are saying bad things about you. So how about you learn the language then?
Why would I learn a language that came from another country?
Because you care.
No, they should care because they're coming into my house.
This isn't your house. Why is this your house?
Because I was born here. I have to
I was born here too. I don't give a shit. Why do you get any further say than I do?
So let me ask you something. If there's a man that comes from Japan and they're speaking, Korean or Japanese, and they start speaking to you, would you feel the necessary, the necessity to speak their language to understand it, or for them to speak your language?
Well, if we couldn't explain anything to each other, well, then we just wouldn't be able to communicate. Maybe we would try through Google Translate or something. But we would just try to communicate in any way we could. Like if I knew something about their language, then that would provide as knowledge I could use to then communicate with them. Or if they knew something about the language I'm using, that they could use that as well. So I don't see the issue. What's the problem with people speaking different languages? Not everyone has to communicate with you. You don't have to be able to hire everyone. That's already going to be true for businesses, that there are going to be people you can hire and people you can't hire. Why? Because some people are qualified for the job you're looking for and some people are not. Some people want to work the job you're looking to hire for. Some people are not. That's how the economy works. Okay? So if you're not willing to acknowledge that and you're just willing to say oh, I only want one particular culture to exist in the country, I'm going to tell you that just is wanting a worse country, right? Because I think that the cultural diversity of this country is incredibly important, including languages being different. I don't think just speaking one language is the most preferable condition, right? I think for many people, speaking multiple different languages is preferable for them, especially because it allows for them to communicate with significantly more people.
Well, like I said, it will be great. They can bring their culture while they can express their culture with our language. They don't have to. We don't have to hear their language to understand their culture. Because if you don't understand what they're saying, how do you understand their culture? If these people are taking American jobs,
wait, did you seriously just say that? If you don't understand what they're saying, how do you understand their culture? Well, are you serious? You don't think you can understand?
How would they express their culture?
You don't think you can understand aspects of an individual's culture without understanding their language? Wait,
how do you understand their culture?
Could you understand aspects of Italian culture?
Well, if I went to Italy, yes.
Or Spanish culture, in Spain?
If I went to a Hispanic country, yes.
Okay, but do you speak those languages?
No, but I'm
okay. So you could still understand the culture without speaking the language. All right, I gotta get
because
going.
I'm surrounded by those.
Thanks, Parker. I appreciate you for covering me real quick. You're the goat. Did you say the F-slur to me in Spanish?
No. In Colombian, that means my friend, and that's why people don't understand Spanish. You see the problem, brother? Look it up.
I don't know. I'm going to leave the chat over to you. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ban you. Goodbye.
Oh, toodles.
Only opposite side of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. If you want to support me, support the live stream, ask a question, or get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place, and the at's right there. Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, because I'm a neolibertarian phalangerist.
Dude, these kids, let me tell you. These children, let me tell you, we have an issue here. We're gonna move on to the next guest. By the way, folks, we have around another 30 minutes left on that live stream. Isabella, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Helen, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Helen. Helen with a 25 says, as a child of an immigrant, I'm so afraid for my mom, and this guy would deport his own. I appreciate you so much for that love, Helen. Thank you. Yeah, see, listen, I think that the debate about, well, various languages, maybe that could negatively impact America. I think that the debate on that is a very easy one, because think about it. If that hurt America, well, I would assume that harm would be measurable. But it seems like in every measurable statistic, immigration is good for America. Makes us better off, not worse off. So because every measurable outcome of immigration is good, I think that the argument that somehow we can. Difference in language is harmful is just gibberish. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Fan.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're not a Trump supporter. Base, super awesome. Thank you for your support, by the way. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. We got Caleb loading up in. Phil, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, imagine being that pathetic? So fucking true. I appreciate you for the $20, man. Let's get to it, or Phil W's. Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Who says, I just want to thank you for doing what you do before I started watching the lives. I thought I was a conservative, and you made me realize that I'm a liberal. Fuck Trump. I love that, Lindsay. I love that so much. That is awesome. There are a lot of people out there who think that they're on the right, but in all reality, they're not. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, bro.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, and what time is it?
Pardon me? You should clean your skin, my bro.
Clean my skin?
Yeah. You have pimples everywhere.
So I have a pimple right there. I have a pimple right there. I have a pimple right there.
That's okay.
So I have 3 pimples on my face.
Okay. Do you
show your face?
do you support Trump?
Do I support Trump? No.
Neither. I live in New Zealand, but I think Trump is terrible.
Yeah.
Okay. Most harsh New Zealand roast. That's like the worst thing that anybody from New Zealand has ever said, by the way. Clean your face. You have pimples. Clean your the most evil New Zealander that's ever lived, right there, folks. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Oh my goodness. Only hop inside of that queue if you are MAGA. This guest's name is Calling Out Grifters, and then their profile picture is the split in my hair. Hi. You support Trump?
You are so
Dude, Rebecca, bro, what are you doing?
Bro, I got banned.
What are you doing? Why are you back on an alt account?
I was just telling you that there's like Bossily. You know, you could spread that shit on your hair, you know, in between your hairline.
Listen, Rebecca, I actually want to try to give you some decent advice here, okay? And this is me being real.
Wait, why should I get advice from you?
Well, listen, it's not going to be true because I say so. It's going to be true because it's common sense. Earlier, you shared that you hate me so much that when anybody brings up my name to your hands start shaking and your blood boils.
Yes.
I think that your quality of life would be significantly better off if you were to release your obsession with me. Stop making alt accounts surrounding me.
Define obsession.
Persistent attention for seemingly no good reason. I'd say that's obsession. Persistent attention with no good reason.
I would say I'm obsessed with calling your booty cheeks out, but not obsessed with oh my gosh, he's so pooky.
I know, but
listen, no, I'm not like that. I'm not like your cultish fan base.
Listen, the point that I'm trying to make here. Listen, the point that I'm trying to make here is I believe you when you say that like your blood boils in your handshake when people say my name around you. I think that your quality of life would be much better off if you were to block me on all platforms and act like I don't exist.
My quality of life is fine.
Obviously, it's not if you're self-admittedly obsessed with calling me out.
Explain.
Because you're self-admittedly obsessed with calling me out.
Well, yes, at least I admit it. Is it okay to be in denial?
But that's what makes your quality of life so bad, right?
What makes it so bad? What makes it so bad with me calling you out continuously?
Because anytime you think of me, your blood boils and your hands start shaking. So this means that you're continuously having your hand shake and your blood boil. Okay. Right? Do you understand the point that if you're obsessed with calling me out, and anytime you think of me, your hand shake and your blood boil, that maybe your quality of life would be better because your hands would stop shaking and your blood would stop boiling?
Okay, what's the definition
if you could just, like,
of quality
go a day
of life?
without thinking about me?
What's the definition of quality of life?
The flourishment in which a life excels to meet on a basis. Flourishment of one's life. The measure of the flourishment of one's life. There you go. There you go. No, listen, I'm still refining my definition. You asked a good question. I'm going to give you a good answer. What's a quality of life?
Fine, sorry.
The measure
Go ahead.
of one's flourishment in contrast to one's pain. If there is more flourishment and less pain, their quality of life is higher. If there is less flourishment and more pain, their quality of life is lower. So when I say that it would positively benefit your quality of life to just block me on all platforms and act like I don't exist, then eventually forget that I exist. Okay, you will have less pain and more flourishment because your hands won't be shaking and your blood won't be boiling.
Not really. I mean, honestly, bothering you suffices my life.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't, because
It
you told
kind
me.
of actually does, because
You told
it
me
gives
that
me
when you think
joy
about
that
me,
people
your
like
hands
me
shake and your
harass
blood
you all the
boils.
time.
Well, listen, think about it this way. When I think of your name, do you think that my hands shake and my blood boils? No.
Admit
No.
it. Admit it.
Right. Obviously they don't. You're just kind of like a random person on the internet. There's a lot of random people on the internet that say a lot of things about me. If I really gave any attention to random people on the internet who said crazy things about me, I'd be all out of attention. I'd be all out of it because I get thousands of you guys. All right? Thousands of you guys.
I would say you get more trolls than actual people, and that's why you're hated the most.
No, I'm
because
talking
you get a
about
lot
the
of
people
you literally
like
get a lot of
you
trolls.
who like
People
seem
hate
to
you so
dedicate
much
their
that
social
they
presence
troll
to
you.
hating on me. Like what
They
I'm
still-
saying,
they still hate on you.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying from my perspective, you don't fucking matter. Right? And the reason why I'm saying that to you, even though it sounds harsh, is just to get you to realize that when you like dedicate your life to like, you know, like hating on me, making posts about me, like inevitably, like none of that matters to me. It doesn't like impact my quality of life at all.
Well, good. I'm glad it doesn't. Maybe it could. Maybe it couldn't. I don't know. I'm not in your mind. I'm not in your head. But
that's
obviously you
that's
say
why I'm
that, but
saying that
then-
you should stop doing this and just block me on all platforms because it'd make your life better. It'd make your life so much better, Rebecca.
You didn't really do anything to me personally to block you, but it's your fan base that does. I would say that.
I don't even. Okay. All right. Rebecca, you're not okay. I tell you to seek help, but I've already told you to do that before.
I'm like a cockroach. I keep coming back. I'm a parasite.
Well, at least you know it. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Stacy, hello. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I am 100% MAGA.
Ah, Stacy, super embarrassing, bro. Amanda, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Amanda. Amanda with the $30 on Venmo says, a lot of the U.S. was Mexico. We moved the border and didn't even rename the cities. As you can see them all over Texas, California, Nevada, plus more. Yeah, where do you guys think Los Angeles came from? Good point, Amanda. Thank you for the $30. Kayla, thank you for the $10, who says, I work with a woman who only speaks Spanish. I don't. And we communicate just fine. In fact, work goes more smoothly because I talk with people who know my language and she talks with people who know hers. Absolutely. Emma, thank you for the $1. And Kendall, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I know. Like, honestly, language barriers, at least in my experience, have kind of been like, not negative. If anything, it's kind of been like a fun, positive experience to like figure out how to work around. You know what I mean? And like, that's like the cool thing. right? Because you get to like share something about yourself with somebody else that they don't really understand, and you respectively don't understand about them, and you just have to like find a way to work around it, and it could be fun. It's a very good form of decent human connection. Go ahead and take it away, Stacey. Tell us why you support Trump.
So I am 100% MAGA, me and my wife, because we are trying to make America gay again. Happy Pride Month. Love you.
Happy Pride Month, Stacey. I was going to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Yo, she said, I'm 100% MAGA, me and my wife. I went, pause, hello? And during Pride Month? That's crazy. No, that's a good troll, though. Shout out to Stacey and her wife. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, David. David, hello. David's not here. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. We got Cora connecting to the live stream. Francesca, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for the grift. Thank you. Corral, thank you for the $2. We're all
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
18
age.
plus fans. No Vine Universe here.
Age?
Oh, 21.
What year are you born in?
2005.
And how long do you expect me to believe that?
What do you mean? It's me, the No Vine Universe.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and kick him. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Damn, bro! I just opened Twitter on my computer. Hunter Biden is cooking these frauds. Holy fucking shit. Somebody tweeted out.
Hello?
Hunter, hi, age?
18.
Yeah, okay, I'm happy that I asked. So somebody tweeted out, Hunter Biden joined X, but Ashley Biden hasn't. Someone doesn't want to talk about their showers with daddy. And then Hunter Biden responded by saying, how about you go fucking... Well, let me restart. How about you go fuck yourself, Joey? Say that to my face if you ever see me in person, you weak-ass lightweight. I like this guy. I like him a lot. Admittedly, I do. Admittedly, I do. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, Dean. Oh.
Wow. Holy shit. Let's go to move on. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please. Please. Looking for some debates. Hey, do you support Trump?
I'm a phenomenal.
We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Francis connecting. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, goodbye. Only hop inside of that queue, please, if you are a Trump supporter. Jesus Christ, what are we doing? Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah, because I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist.
Oh my God. You know what? Kids are going to be all right. It's good to see the youth trolling about some nonsense instead of coming up here and screaming slurs. Admittedly, it is. It's good. It's good. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream. Please only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Bro. Dude. Yeah. You can't make this shit up, man. Dude. Oh my God. Listen, earlier I said it, and I'll say it again. Guest box is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And I feel like the last 5 minutes have proven that. Like, I can't admit I'm entertained. I just don't even know what comes next. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Dennis, hey, do you support Trump?
No.
Nice. Banned. Only hop inside of that queue if you do. Please and thank you. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. So my whole family, I'm 18. I am 18. I just turned 18. My birthday is May 22nd, 2008. Don't worry.
Okay.
And so I just had my government class. I got held back a year because I couldn't read in 3rd grade. My whole family supports Trump. I'm like on the rim, and I just have a serious question because my teacher was a big liberal.
Okay.
I seriously have the question of, what do you think one good policy Trump has had? Like, because I know, like, I think America, one of our biggest problems is we hate one side a lot, and we don't accept some of the good things that other sides have done. And I'm not trying to say, oh, accept Trump, whatever, because, like, that's not what I'm trying to ask. I just really want to seriously know, what is one policy that you do agree with that, like, maybe one thing good he's
Well,
done?
I mean,
you know?
listen,
I'm
honestly,
looking.
I just think a lot of Americans are honest, and it's the honest truth that Trump is irredeemable. But if I mean, I really did enjoy his Operation Warp Speed policy.
What is that?
That is the policy that he passed to expedite the approval of the COVID vaccine. And, you know, funny enough, I think that policy could have launched the GOP so far in front of the Dems if they executed the rhetoric surrounding that policy and the plan following that policy appropriately. And let me tell you why. That policy is probably responsible for saving countless lives. Thousands and thousands and thousands, possibly tens or hundreds of thousands of people were saved by Operation Warp Speed. But have you ever heard a Trump supporter join this live stream and say, I support Trump because he passed a policy that saved thousands of lives? No.
I've been in
because
here for a while.
after they passed Operation Warp Speed, then Trump turns around, says the vaccine is ineffective, says the vaccine doesn't matter, says COVID's just like the flu, says the masks don't work, and all of a sudden we all now need to be skeptics about science. Okay? But if the GOP followed up that policy by saying the vaccine is effective, COVID does matter, and we do need to save lives, praise Dr. Fauci for being on top of it, well, holy fuck, they would have had an upper hand for years. They would have been able to say that they are responsible for you know, doing something really good, but instead they shot themselves in the foot by being anti-science and denying the efficacy of the vaccine. Good question.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Dean, I love seeing you do what you do and making money from it. Love you, brother.
Have a good one. Have a good one. That's something that actually isn't discussed all too frequently, you guys, is Operation Warp Speed and the opportunity that the GOP had. But, you know, to be fair, like I said, if the Democrats were in power, if Hillary Clinton won, she would have passed the same thing. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Knicks or Spurs?
I'm sorry, I try not to give my opinion on controversial matters. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. We have rounds another 6 minutes. We're gonna do a Q&A. We're gonna do a Q&A for the rest of the stream. We're almost at 4 hours. We're just gonna do a Q&A. Hey, listen, if you want to ask me a question, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and my TikTok account. The ad's at the top of the phone screen. It's also in the pinned message on YouTube. Just make sure that you double check that ad if you don't use the link. Now, you don't have to ask me a question on Venmo or PayPal. You could also ask it in the chat. But, I mean, clearly I'll see more of those on Venmo and PayPal than in the chat. Yeah, we're just going to do a Q&A for around 10 minutes, everyone. Just kind of hang out here. The debates are over since we just have, 6 minutes left. Somebody in the comment section just says biceps in all caps. Oh my goodness. Somebody else says, do we have to pay to ask questions? Good question. No. But I'll just happen to see them more so on Venmo and PayPal. Somebody else says, you kind of look like Tom Holland. I've been hearing that ever since that first Jubilee episode. God damn it. I haven't heard it for a while, though. Let's see. Somebody else says, do you think AOC will run for president? I don't know. I would assume so. I would assume that, like, one day she probably will. Seems to be like that's in her future. Have you watched Harry Potter? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've watched so much Harry Potter. I've probably watched, like, the entire series twice. My girlfriend loves Harry Potter. Z, thank you for the $10. She says, have you ever heard Cavetown? If not, you should listen to Sleepyhead/Cavetown album, please. Also, Rex says hi. I think I have heard of Cavetown. Olivia with a $9 says, can you bring Momo in? You seem to have a fundamental misunderstanding. I don't bring Momo in. Momo comes on her own accord. Julian, thank you for the $15. Who says, hey, brother. Marine infantryman here, and I just want to ask, as someone who's currently getting more educated and has become massively disillusioned with MAGA, what are some ways I could reach my Marine brothers about the dumbass Iran foreign policy without sounding pandering? I don't know. Chances are they probably know of or know somebody who got injured or died in Afghanistan, and that led nowhere. I mean, it's no different now. I mean, maybe also a conversation about the JCPOA, the agreement that Obama made that Trump pulled us out of, that if we were still in it today would prevent this war. Amy with $5 says, studies on birth order says that being the oldest sibling, the middle or the youngest, can influence personality. Where do you fall in the sibling birth order? I am the youngest, by far. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Dean, are you LGBTQ plus friendly? No! Oh, I hate the LGBTQ plus community. I hate them so much. Of course. Of course I am. I'm surprised you don't know that. Probably new to the stream. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Over on PayPal. Hey, thank you, Amanda, for the $10. Who says, would you rather kamikaze a debate, commit voice fraud, or wrestle with an alligator with one hand while redacting the Epstein files with the other? Amanda, thank you for the $10. That question is incomprehensible. What else do we have here? Alyssa with a $20 says, here for the VOD. Hope you had a great evening. Me and my daughter Willow are ready to watch before bed. Shout out to you and your daughter Willow. Oh my goodness, you guys are awesome. Blue with the $10 says, what are your thoughts on Asmongold and Hassan Piker? Yeah, Asmongold needs to take a fucking shower. Probably needs to touch some grass as well. That dude's a mess. Hassan Piker. You know, I think that a lot of people are either really going to like me because of this or really going to hate me because of this. My feelings on Hassan are nuanced. Okay, so for starters, I think that Hassan is a very intelligent person. I've spent some time just like talking to him over the phone in the past, and he's admittedly a smart guy, a very smart guy. But I will say on the flip side, he does get it wrong sometimes. So I have conflicted thoughts on him. I think that he gets it wrong sometimes. I don't think that he's on the dot every moment of. I think that sometimes his goals or his intentions could be led astray. But I think that he's an intelligent guy who also gets it right a lot of the time. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Dean, have you watched AOT, Attack on Titan? No, I've not. I'm not too big of an anime guy. I don't know. Does Avatar count as an anime? If so, I love that show. That's like one of the best animated shows ever, if not the best. Philip with a $10 says, Dean, have you kept track of which arguments you've made that are the most convincing in converting people for MAGA? The most convincing argument in the history of this channel is definitely that clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. For Trump supporters that are Trump supporters not because they're crazy, but rather misled, just like ask him, hey, would you still support Trump as president if you know he engaged in sexual violence? Okay, then you play him the clip of him admitting to sexual violence. Bitboy with the $10 who says, my fellow Ginger, how do you feel about your hair color fading at a young age? I am not a ginger. I think maybe it's just like the settings that I have on my camera or like the lighting in the room. I am very much a blondie. Oh, hey, by the way, something huge going on. Guys, at the end of the month, on the 21st, I think, my 1v20 is releasing. Oh, that's exciting. That's super exciting. Somebody in the chat said slash feet cam. Bro, get out of here. You fucking weirdo. Z with the $10 says, what's the worst, most aggravating and or devastating debate that you've ever had? I've had a lot of aggravating debates. See, I've had so many debates that make me as aggravated as I think I could possibly be, that it'd be hard to pinpoint one. Kinda with a $1 says, have you seen Obsession yet? Yes. Such a good movie. It made me so uncomfortable. Really good idea. Really good idea. Paul with the $10 says, what do you think about the national debt? Well, I try not to think about the national debt because it gives me existential anxiety. Hannah with the $20 says, what is your opinion on the ICE bill passing Congress? Thanks for your hard work, Dean. Thank you for the $20, Hannah. Well, my opinion is that it's an expectation because we have a Republican majority and even some of the Democrats aren't willing to do much about it. And we just have to push to change that. Sarah, thank you for the $10. I'm not familiar with that. No. Thank you so much on Venmo as well. Gabriella, thank you for the $1 who says, what is neo-libertarian flangism that random 10-year-old kid keeps talking about? Brad's a troll. Don't worry about it. Charlie with $5 says, who is worse, Reagan or Trump? Trump. Mar says, Dean, are you excited to see Mar and Liv at AM Fest? AM Fest? I thought that's not like for another year. I mean, they just had their AM Fest not too long ago. Julian with the $3 who says, I find it very strange. I find it a very strange spot to be in where I'm both a leftist, Christian, and Marine. Everybody around me makes me feel like I'm a walking oxymoron, which I find so silly. I would definitely imagine that being a leftist Christian Marine in active duty is difficult. I would completely, like if I was in your shoes, I'd probably like just not talk about my political affiliation. It might make it that difficult. Let's see here. Jessica with the $20 says, yeah, quoting Obsession. I appreciate you, Jessica. Amy with the 5 says, you said that you have a photographic memory. Is that genetic? Or do any of your relatives also have cool brain power? I mean, my dad, he's pretty smart. He also is probably autistic. Really smart though. Really smart guy. He's all about math. Really smart fella. Hey Adam, I appreciate you for the $5 who says, how do you handle the same exact talking points every day? That would drive me insane in a week if I did what you do. Well, because I know that these streams are doing something good. And that's what keeps me going. And that's another big thing about like people that accuse me of just doing it for the money. Like eventually I would just be driven insane, right? And I'd just like lead myself to this position where I no longer want to do it for the money because I just can't handle these idiots. Right? You know, and I feel like honestly, like I've already found that honest truth that if it was just for the money, I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't be able to do it. And the reason why I keep on going is for the greater good. Now let's see, who else do we have here? Philip, thank you for the $10 who says, Dean, have you kept track of which arguments you've made that have been the most convincing in converting people? Oh, I answered your question earlier. Good question, though. I guess I read it again. Hey, MIH, thank you for the 12 euros who says, thank you for what you do. You help me come out and understand that I deserve sunshine. Greetings from Serbia. Oh, that's awesome. That's lovely. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. Let's see here. Miss, thank you for the $14 who says, Trump said that he now owns the Gaza Strip, prime real estate. Did he? Is that like a recent thing? Can you give me a quote on that? Cal, thank you for the 20 euros over on Super Chat who says, Dean, there's a clip that I have of you. I'd like you to address it. Please accept my guest requests. Well, I wouldn't doubt that it's a clip that hasn't already been addressed if you have it. I would recommend just going on TikTok, typing in the theme of the clip and seeing what pops up. What else do we have here? Dean, have you watched Heated Rivalry? No, I haven't. I have not watched Heated Rivalry. Favorite game at the moment? Oh, Wizard 101 is my favorite game at the moment. I've been getting back into it like crazy. Wizard 101 is a godsend. Like top tier shit. Top tier shit, dude. Hell yeah. Olivia with a $5 says, if you weren't doing what you do for a living, what else would you be doing? I'd probably be going to law school. That's a pretty safe bet. Abigail with the $10 who says, do you think that disability rights could be harmed more under Trump? I mean, they already are. I mean, dismantling the federal Department of Education means no oversights for special ed or IEPs. And underfunding our social safety nets disproportionately hurts disabled people to a very high extent. Because there are many disabled people that live off of the social safety nets. Because they can't work. Emily with the $4 who says, would you ever do a religious debate run? And if so, would you ever bring people up to back you? Well, I've already done a religious debate run. I did that for a long time, for years. Religion is one of my favorite things to debate. I really don't let that be seen on the live streams though. Like, I'll never say Christianity's false. I'll never say like Islam is false. I'll never say Judaism is false. I'll never say they're true either. And that's intentional, just to like not turn anybody away from the content. But I love debating religion. I think it's probably the most interesting thing I find to debate. Gabriella with a $5 says, hey, Dean, do you agree that Trump suggesting Venezuela as the 51st state is an insult to all Venezuelans and also Puerto Ricans? Absolutely it is. It's an insult to Venezuelans because he thinks that he has the right to do whatever he wants with your country, and it's an insult for Puerto Ricans because they've been in line for a goddamn long time. Okay? They should be first up. Alexa with $5 says, thank you for making me feel sane. I'm happy I could have that outcome. Honestly, these live streams make me feel insane. Oh my goodness. They make me feel insane. Who else do we have here? What do you think about the USA relationship? Oh, the comment went away. I'm sorry. You against Charlie Kirk would have been so peak. I had a scheduled sit down with him. In fact, I don't even know if I've really talked about this publicly too much. So, he got killed at UVU in Utah. September 15th, some shit like that. And I was actually planning on and had scheduled to see him at Fort Collins, Colorado University on September 21st or 22nd. On the 10th, okay. So he was like doing his tour and he was going to be in Fort Collins at University of Colorado. I mean, I forget. CSU. Yeah, CSU, Colorado State University on the 21st. And I had talked to the young Dims there and we were set up to have a major event where I was essentially going to be going head to head with Charlie. That would have been pretty cool to see. God, yeah, there was a lot of planning and animosity against that fool that went into that. Did not end up happening though. Okay. Now that like 50% of the chat is just saying Dean show biceps, I think I'm just gonna end. Dude. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, somebody in the chat says play guitar. I actually don't have my guitar with me, but I do have my piano. I do have my piano with me. I bet you guys can kind of see the edge over here. Should I play something on piano? You guys want to hear a little piano piece real quick? I'll do something simple. Let's see, what comes to mind? You know, the last time I publicly played piano, I ended up getting so much shit for it. He's playing out of time. This is a really simple pace that a fucking third grader could play. This guy's an idiot. Oh, he actually sucks. Y'all are pretty rough. I don't know. I really like Ud Suspiro. I play this every so often. This is by, oh my goodness. I think it's by Liz. Could be wrong. We're going to have to restart that. We're going to have to restart that chat. I'm sorry, guys. You're making me nervous. Oh, I can't even play it through. You guys are making me nervous. Holy shit. I'm over here freaking out because I'm in front of a crowd. Let me try to pick up close to where I left off. All right, totally forgot how it ends. Damn, that's kind of brutal, dude. I feel like I should probably start trying to pick up the keys a little bit more. Really falling off. I used to be pretty damn good, but now that I don't play as much anymore, it's pretty rough around the edges. And everybody in the chat is spamming "Play Deep Throat" by Cupcake. Did you guys know that she's a Christian now? Fun fucking facts. For everybody in the chat who knows Cupcake, did y'all know that she's a fucking Christian now? Y'all gotta, yeah, I gotta play all this. This is gonna get me demonetized on YouTube. I don't even care. I'll forgo all, like, the day's TikTok ad revenue so I can play y'all this song. This is a real Cupcake song. You guys gotta hear this. It's called. Let me skip to the part that is. Yeah.
I read that Bible, not Jesus Christ my idol. Yeah, I read that Bible, not Jesus Christ my idol. Yeah, I read that Bible, not Jesus Christ my idol. Yeah, I read that Bible, not Jesus Christ my idol. Yeah, thankful it ain't gotta be Thanksgiving. I'm blessed right now 'cause things could be different.
I was so fucking surprised when I found that out. And for those in here who are, don't know who, Cupcake is, who would be curious why I'm surprised. I'm going to play you her most popular song real quick. Just a little bit, 10 seconds, just so you can understand why I'm so surprised by this information. Just a couple words of it, so those who don't know can know. So I bet you could understand why this is such a surprising breaking news update. I found that out last night. I found that out last night. That one was, wow. I was like, damn, really? That's crazy. What a turnaround. What a 180, honestly. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and end for the day. We're going to be hopping off. Listen, folks, I appreciate y'all for showing up. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hit that follow button on the way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. See you all tomorrow. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye.